Welcome to Expanded Understanding Podcast. And my co-host Zach should be joining me shortly. Don't know where he's at right now, but I'm sure he'll pop in. We have a long show. Hello, we got people in the audience already. Hello, Willow, and hello, Kala. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing well. How is Kala doing tonight? How is Willow doing tonight? Tell us in the live chat. Please do participate. So tonight, actually never night. So we are creating community. We just created a Facebook group. We've got that going, and we really encourage live engagement in the chat, especially if we're going 4 hours. Zach and I can certainly monologue, and we have a great time doing that and bouncing off each other. But really engaging you guys is part of what makes this super awesome. So please do participate throughout ideas and concepts. And tonight, I think what I'm going to start with some quotes that I thought of the other day when Brie Larson was on the show. I wrote down my journal. They're really awesome. So I'm going to read them. And on this, actually, since I got my journal open, so one of the things that I've been working on for my own, or was for a while working on this and progressing this drawing that I made in here. So this starts with the image I got of me, and I've talked about me as a fetus in the womb, or just being in the womb, and then the adult version of me with myself in the womb. And I've broken out here the three dantians: brain, heart, intestines, the parts of the mind. There's a lot of different dynamics in here that I've developed over time. One of the ones, retroactive causation, which we've discussed in the other show. Awesome, Willow Beavers. How are you? All right, your turn, Willow. Now you got to pitch in. So here's one of the quotes that I was thinking of the other night. There's actually a handful of them. Oh, there's the other one. Okay. So check this out. And Zach, hopefully you're listening, and then you can just jive right into the conversation when you get here. So this is from the movie The Power of the Heart. It's a docudrama. You can get it on Vimeo, Amazon, all that stuff. Gently healing. Hi, Jen. Jen, where's Zach? Go get Zach's butt on here. He's not even backstage. Where did Zach go? All right, here's a quote. Your head sees things as black or white, wrong or right, bad or good. Head is always judging, always off balance. The heart is much faster and wiser than the head. In the eyes of the heart, black and white judgments disappear because the heart is balanced by a deeper truth. The Great Spirit spins together moments of profound beauty that can only be experienced with the heart. When you can truly give thanks for it all and love without conditions, then you will be free. That is the power of the heart. Is that cool? Little Beaver says, I'm doing well. Just finished yoga and time to tune. Cool, right on. And said, hey, Jen. Cool, right on, guys. We appreciate you participating in that. Okay, I got more quotes. Let's say comments, but you make comments in the chat. I'll read quotes because these are great. All right, here's another one. This is one of my favorites, and this is what I was referring to the other day, and I said it differently the other day, and I noticed I was like, oh, that works too, but this is actually the quote I was thinking of. The mind can understand conceptually wholeness, but only the heart can experience wholeness. Our reward, if we can endure the experience, is that we don't just grasp wholeness, we feel it. Is that fucking good, man? And that's by Mark Nepo. And he's a guy, he just got lots of interviews and things he's done online. I don't know if he's got his own stuff, but just his interviews, he's just a very old soul, very poetic, just a beautiful human being. Let's see. Carl says, what a powerful quote. I agree. It makes me smile. Hello, loves. I know who White Crow Wing is. That's my trip buddy, Angela Miller. Hi, Ange. It's 4 a.m. where Ange is at. And she wasn't able to get sleep, so she's joined us in the chat. Hi. All right. So until Zach gets here, what should we discuss tonight? We don't have a pre-planned topic. Is somebody actually here? Let's throw this out here. Is there someone in the chat right now that had an experience with the Arcturian meditation in the video we did last time, either during it or after having your own experience or whatnot? We would love to hear about that. Is there anyone who would like to come on and chat about that? Please mention some in the comments, or if we're already friends on Facebook, message me directly and I can get you the link to come backstage and we can bring you on and just chat. So keep that in front of me just in case. Again, anybody wants to participate, if you have anything with the Arcturian dynamic, that would be awesome. We'd love to. I think probably it makes sense too if we do that throughout the week, each week, and just call people on to share their experience with the Sunday dynamic that we're planning on doing weekly. So there's that. Okay, so let's see. What else? I was planning on jiving with Zach. Now I'm trying to create a flow here. All right, so what can we discuss? Expanded understanding. Topics, anyone? Because I could pick one. We can talk about language. Language is a great one. Let's talk about the Hebrew word heart. Here's a great time for that. Why not? And whiteboards are always excellent for that. Actually, we have multimedia presentation. What am I talking about? I should be able to do and put it up on display. Actually, oh, yay, Ange, you want to come on? Please. Cool. Angela Miller is about to come on, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know Angela Miller, she does incredible multidimensional work with a whole bunch of different tools, and she's going to come on and share some of her experiences. Hey, Zach, what's up, man? Oh, can't hear you. Ah, there we go.
Test.
Hey, there he is, man. I'm sending Angela the link to come backstage right now. What's going on? Where were you at?
Oh, doing live stuff. A few minutes late. 6 minutes
No worries.
and within starting time. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, good enough. I'm sure
That's
we're
close.
gonna have a whole lot of interesting intros over the years. We're doing it every week, but let's see. Jessica Tronsfeld says, "Love Angela." Yes, Angela's wonderful. She knows her. We're also part of the Fearless family, which is Frank Castle's group, who we had on. Frank Castle, Fearless. He's got a YouTube channel, tells his life story. Neo shaman, a Bronx neo ayahuasca shaman, and other things. And he'd be worth looking into. Also, there are wonderful people in and around him. Let's see.
And if you don't know Frank Castle, he can teach you how to take the truth and undress it and then dress it back up again and say, look at that, it's the truth all dressed up again. So that's a very valuable skill that you may want to learn from him. I found it very useful.
On our second episode, I believe, Frank was with us for an hour or so, and then he was on the Arcturian show too for quite a while. See, a quote I saw a quote the other day by a possibility in the Fearless group. If your lover and your healer are two different people, you should reevaluate. I think that is an excellent quote. That's a great additional framework to. I didn't know White Crow Wing was Angela. Glad she's here. Yeah.
But in the twist of the year, I feel that with this quote, that's you in both cases, your lover and your healer. So they should all be you.
Step number 1 of twin flames. You are your own twin flame, right?
That's what I like to think. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty functional.
Come on, Andrew. I sent you the link on Messenger. Where are you at, yo? You're in the live
instantaneously. Instantly. Sent you the link. Why aren't you here yet? So, yeah, what'd you do today? You do anything fun today?
No, I worked. Well, I did a little work. Tomorrow and Thursday, I'm gonna have to do a lot of work. All my end of the month stuff, finish that all up. So I'm gonna be busy all the way up till probably 8 both days. So that'll be fun.
That's intense.
And just people know, I do commercial boilers and heating systems at this point, in addition to now a nightly podcast. So working on balancing those two lifestyles out.
That's kind of a weird balance.
No doubt. I'm sure there's other people that do it too. What about you? What are you up to? We were doing a whole bunch of social media stuff today. We got Instagram thing set up, Facebook page set up, whole bunch of social media and Photoshop. And that was most of my day. And then cooking some stuff. And that's about it. So, a lot of that. But it's mostly done now. I have tons of basically my tedious work to still do for this podcast, but slowly but surely we get there. It's if you're ever really wanting to do something, don't think about all the steps that it's going to take to do it. Just start doing it, because if, for instance, this podcast, I had thought about all the steps, you wouldn't be watching it. So wouldn't be watching it. Steps unfold like every moment. Once we just decide to do it, everything else is falling. I mean, there's stuff we got to do, but it just falls into place naturally. Because I think it sounds, we've done in our own ways a whole bunch of our own research, if you will, or looking into different marketing dynamics and all that stuff. And obviously, you've been actually active in that in the sphere. Because how long? Okay, let's talk about ISN a little bit. When did you start ISN, and talk about that?
I really only actually started using that name, say, let's see, not last August, but the one before that. So like a year and a half ago or something like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've been doing, I was already doing a lot of the random stuff that I now just do underneath that banner, like I do all kinds of logical styles of readings, like tarot and animal cards and hologenetic profiling and I Ching stuff, and
Cool.
the list goes on and on and on with all kinds of weird things like that. And I was always kind of doing those. Like, I mean, I was selling people tarot readings when I was like 15 years old. So
Yeah.
like, always been doing that. And
since you're on it, and that's a service that you offer, how would you explain to someone what the tarot reading is in psychology, spirituality, whatever? How would you actually articulate to somebody what the benefit is of doing that in the modality?
To keep it short and sweet, our ability to make our choices looking into the future are a byproduct of how much of the future we feel like we can see. Through tarot, we can generate, looking into the past or the future, additional symbol sets which basically expand upon the experience we have already had or are going to have, and can facilitate us in choosing the thing that feels like it's more aligned with us. It's really just a logical way of convincing yourself which way you want to go. And there are other ways to do it with, but it is a very fun way. It can teach you a lot about yourself. It can definitely provide good advice on which direction looks like the way to go. Sometimes they're super polarized. The last actually tarot draw that I did for someone was probably the most polarized I ever did. Like, normally I stay very objective, but I ended up almost pretty much writing back to them being like, well, I mean, pretty much it's yes, like, you got to do it. I mean, I don't usually do this, but like, it's like, we got one path that's looking really, really nice, and we got one path that's looking, yeah, probably not good, probably bad things.
Yeah.
So nevertheless, it was interesting too, because that was really what they wanted to do anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they were kind of just like looking for a little bit more like guidance that also kind of confirmed that. So, and that's like a really good thing too. Like, so synchronicity in your life is really just you finding some symbol. It might be an experience or a number or something that you read or whatever, and attaching it to what you already think is happening in reality. And you get a further confidence that you believe in that. Through stuff like tarot or runes, or you can do this with coins or all kinds of stuff. You can basically create a symbol set that you lay in front of yourself, and when you then abstract that information, sometimes it can lead to correlations that reaffirm what you are already believing in and give you more confidence to go down that path. Generally, when we go down a path with more confidence, we do better with it. We end up putting more focus into it, and really there's just like a huge load of rituals that somebody can do with, and tarot is really one of those. And so yeah, hologenetic profiling is not really like that, though, and in a certain way, like astrology is not really like that either. Those definitely do point to things that there's a large body of work behind it that says, there's this evidence points to this is generally the thing, and it's because of alignments of certain things, and there seems to be a certain epidemiology or consistent pattern between these things and people that we have drawn some conclusions from. But so those are a little bit different, because they do kind of tell you. Well, I mean, like, if you're heavy into Gemini, like your sun sign is Gemini or your rising sign is Gemini, you're probably gonna talk with your hands a lot. That's like, you can just go, oh, okay, whatever, I talk with my hands a lot. But if you really take the time to look into that, you'll see that you kind of like detract from your ability to communicate vocally with someone, because you're constantly like drawing the attention away with your crazy hand movements. You know what I mean? So really, like, things that are the tendencies oftentimes inside of astrology are something that we should look to like kind of rein in and make sure that we're not overdoing that. And then kind of the things where we see that our weaknesses are just gives us a really good idea of like, well, I could enhance myself here. And obviously you also always like take that with discernment. Like, if I look at my astrology, many of the things that were in there are things that I have already worked on in my life. And so I'm not really having that problem anymore. So I'm not like typical to my astrology anymore. But that's because like my astrology was presented to me a long time ago. And my mom was like, you're going to have the tendency to do this, that, the other thing. And this was kind of her approach to astrology as well. And it's not everybody's approach, but it's a very functional approach. And pretty much my whole life is about like finding weird stuff and making it functional stuff, because then I don't feel like it's weird anymore. And then I am allowed to like have it in my consensus reality without being like, having that feel strange. So it's just
that's a wonderful dialogue or description. I would love to dialogue with you on that, but let's honor the guests we have on the show. We've got Angela Miller live on camera.
Welcome. Hello.
Welcome, man.
Nice
Hi.
Hello,
Where are you calling in from tonight?
Where am I? What?
Where are you calling in from tonight?
I'm in Glastonbury, UK.
Glastonbury.
I might actually have another friend on here later. He never got back to me and confirmed, but he's also in the UK. That'd be just like so weird.
Oh,
Like we have two guests from the UK on the same night.
Yeah, we're being kept awake for some reason. Literally.
I think it's a good time to be awake in the world right now, of all the times.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's 4:15 a.m. for her right now. I don't know how much she agrees with that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's okay. I'm used to it in a way. I'm used to it. It's all right. I'm flexible across time.
Mm-hmm.
Very flexible.
So,
yeah, go on.
So what's on your mind, Angela? What do you want to chat about?
A number of things. What could we talk about? Well, you've had some really fascinating conversations this week. And it's been really wonderful to hear the next level of dialogue and communications come through. It's absolutely amazing, wonderful to hear, and know that is taking place in the world. Right, for the new generations coming through. I think it's great.
Since you use the term next level, how would you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
Yeah, so what I'm talking about is a higher frequency dialogue. So it's an ability to connect into yourself at a higher level, and you two do this very well together. And then you create words out of the stream, and you read them, and you articulate them in this dynamic conversation that flows, and it's just amazing. Yeah, I really like it.
Whoa.
So you were sitting there, and I thought, well, maybe I should just come on and say hello and see what's happening and open up some sort of dialogue on a base level of stillness.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, I really appreciate that. I've spent like a lot of my life trying to get my communication in order and like find a way to actually express myself through words. But boy, have I struggled with it in my life. It's been pretty bad.
What have you struggled with specifically?
Oh, talking too much is a big one.
Another feel, bro.
Is quality over quantity has been something that I've had to kind of progressively learn a lot of. Well, Aaron likes this when I talk about symbol sets a lot, and learning how to discern another person's symbol set before you start bringing them metaphors and abstractions of things that you're talking about, trying to get a function to them through basically presenting a fractal of an idea to them. If you don't present a relatable fractal, then you take them down some tangent that they do not understand. And if it's really bad enough, you won't even remember it and you'll lose your place. And that's just like the worst possible thing that can happen. But I mean, the talking with my hands thing was one of them. I was a very logical person, like full logic all day, every day, didn't believe in emotions for the first like about 33 years of my life, 32, 33 years. And then just kind of like bailed into intuition. And with that logical thing, I spent all my time like trying to find the right words and figure out how people were hearing me and really like logically understand perception in order to get my point across better. But through kind of like bailing entirely into emotions, I've come to see like the power of just having a really focused intention behind what I'm saying. And it's a lot less logical work, but the combination of the two has proven more effective, I feel like. And I've really just opened myself up to not thinking about what I'm saying. I just say whatever comes to my mind.
So you're going with feelings. And the way that
definitely a lot more now.
Yeah, so it's part of your translation rather than using more words than necessary. Is that what you're saying?
I shoot for that. I think I spent so much time in logic that I still use more words than necessary almost all the time.
So do you remember last night you were talking about your dog? Do you remember you mentioned your dog?
I don't remember what I said last night.
2 nights ago. 2 nights ago.
Was it 2 nights ago? Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a dog, and you had this beautiful relationship with the dog. Now, the way you've kind of described the way that you talk and discuss and express. Do you find that it's similar to animal communication, where you project an image to the dog to give it an instruction or a command or just a reference point of communication?
I definitely do a whole lot of the trying to project an image to people at this point in time. So, like, I actually hadn't ever considered that being like a thing that a dog does, but that's interested me a lot. I think I've already gone about 5,500 ways in my head with that, going like, "Ooh, this is interesting," but I never really thought about it like that. But yeah, I definitely do the projection of the image thing. I find that to be very, very beneficial. One of my favorite speakers for sure, but really just favorite people, Terence McKenna. He like has a concept of telepathy, that it's not being able to hear what other people think, but really being able to see what you mean. And ever since the first time I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, you need to like actually project the image with purpose, because otherwise you're kind of only really trying to do like a half-assed version of telepathy. So if you're not putting out like a focused image.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really long, see, too many words.
So when you project the image and thought, because I communicate in a similar way, I use an image and a thought, and then a feeling comes with it, and then with the feeling comes the tonal sounding points from within. So it's this system of it's like a relay system. Yeah,
that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Electric magnetic are the thoughts of the image, and then the feeling, and creating infinite feedback loop, or positive feedback loop at least.
Exactly. A communication trajectory, dialogue, sine wave, or something else. It's really wonderful to have conversations like this. I can't say it's amazing.
I'm going to be honest. It sounds like you're better at projecting intention than me, I must say.
It's probably something to do with the fact that I'm a woman.
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Plus you're very, very well experienced and been doing this a long time, Ange, and I know you better than most. We've spent a lot of time together. You're pretty incredible. You developed a lot of things in yourself, for you and for other people. You're an incredible human being, and I really appreciate that you're in this conversation with us and that you're just on the earth. I love you.
Bless you. I love you too. But you know, there was a time in my life where I couldn't speak.
Tell us about it.
All. And well, basically I used to hide behind my mother's skirt. So I used to just hide from people. I would feel their energies, try and translate them, and not really understand what was going on until 10 years old. At 10 years old, I had two major shifts in my life, and I was being bullied by this boy as I walked past, and he was a lot older than me. And I had to be violent in that situation because there was this great big teenage boy. I was 10 years old and he wanted to beat me up because of my color at the time, back in the day.
Wow.
So luckily, I had older brothers and learned karate, and I broke his teeth.
So right on.
That was
that didn't go good for him.
Nope, quite good for you though.
Yeah, he'll be looking in the mirror to this day thinking, I wish I'd never picked on the girl with the flowery dress. Anyway, that was the one of them. The other one was I made a choice at 10 that I could no longer hide and just hide and not say anything. So I started to speak to people and engage with them, even though I didn't really want to, and I was trying to continually assess the ulterior motive, what I was feeling, what they were feeling, and just trying to figure out the whole dynamic. It wasn't until, though, I made it through to my 20s that I was sent on a training course to deal with my boss, who was an absolute bitch. And it just reflected where I was at the time. Yeah. It was just shocking, but fascinating experience, honestly, with the same birthday and everything. It was too scary. And I went on this training course, and then I spent 1 week learning rhythm and the rhythm of speech, and about the pace and the intonation. And, you know, I had massive impacts to my throat from past lives anyway, being told to shut up, keep your trap shut, have your tongue ripped out for saying something heretical or whatever. So there was always this blockage. So I got to about 28 and I finally cracked it. But really what pushed me to this is that at 40, my soul and source shunted me into community radio. And that's where I really learned to get going. So, yeah, it's been
I've definitely found talking a lot in a public fashion really helps just being able to do it. Like, it's a really good confidence builder, and a lot of the throat seems to be like confidence behind it.
Yeah, which is where my heart got stronger during my journey of opening and becoming myself, and the confidence with that of the knowing of self and how to feel happy in expressing that. Plus the fact I was given the name Angela. Now, Angela in Latin means messenger, divine messenger. So I was literally being forced into speaking.
And okay, so since you brought that up and that divine messenger and going into radio, so would you tell us more about your connection with Martin Luther King Jr. during that time?
Right. Okay. This is fascinating, actually.
Yeah.
Because we had quite an amazing experience in Washington, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
So it was 2009. I just had my daughter, and I was in the centre of spooky Glastonbury. I was in a place called the Assembly Rooms. They have this weekly event where they would have a market, and you'd have lots of practitioners and people that just, it's a bit like a health spiritual fair. So I met this South African woman who channeled Jesus. I just sort of strolled in.
Oh, yay.
So I sort of began training a bit at that point. And I sat down, and I must have the recording somewhere. And she said, "It's time to assign you a new spirit guide because you're really going to need this help." And it was Martin Luther King. And I thought, right, okay. And every time I had the impetus to open my mouth and speak, I would hear his voice encouraging me. Right.
Oh, wow.
So it really, I was just like, okay. Anyway, subsequent past life in the Black civil rights movements from back in the day. Anyway, I was in that zone. That's probably why I like Atlanta today. So when we got to Washington, D.C. on a very long journey around in a particular formation in that area, we got there and you told me about that. Oh, look, Martin Luther King's footsteps are there. Anyway, so this whole cycle, Martin Luther King supported me on spiritually on this journey, as has Freddie Mercury in terms of
Oh, yeah. Right on.
So out there. And then I stood in Martin Luther King's footsteps. This was after you... I'm laughing because this is so funny. It's about Abraham Lincoln.
Do it. Tell it.
So before we went to that section in Washington, I've got my dowser. I love my dowser wherever it is. It gives
Jenny
you
Miller.
the answer. Yeah, thanks,
Jenny Miller when we went through her Myrtle Beach.
Right. This dowser will answer any specific question. So I douse the question. Aaron, should Aaron go and climb up and sit on?
No. It was well, we're gonna go. First it was, is it gonna be closed? Because it was late, it was getting late, starting to get dark, nobody was really there. And so we doused and said no. Like, all right, that's good. And it wasn't closed. And the next one was, I was like, I really want to get up on his lap. Ask if I can get on his lap, right? And you did, and it said no. And so we're like, oh, all right. And so we went up there, and then when we get in there, as we're walking up there, me and Ange both kind of look at each other. There's no security guards around or anything, and we both look at each other and we go, "Yeah, I'm gonna try it." She goes, "Do it." Didn't work. Didn't get up there.
No, the response.
I got one foot. I got one foot on there.
so clean for a reason.
Yeah.
And then after that really funny moment of being of you know, just having a peaceful zone completely disrupted by staff, you led me to that spot, and I stood in that spot where he gave that I had a dream speech, and I felt the most amazing lightning bolt experience up into my feet. And it just consolidated to me a 11-year period of speaking and speaking from the heart, which is always connected to your soul and your expression. So it was just like the culmination of this really amazing experience. So I'm so grateful and lucky to have had that experience.
Beautiful. And before you answer the question real quick, well, there's a question for it, but that I want that to lead right into, if you just want to describe what you do just on it during the day and what you do and the ways that you help people and you offer services to people, how would you describe that?
I do lots of things, but primarily I'm a professional healer. My specialist subject is post-traumatic stress disorder and recovery from sexual abuse. Also post-traumatic soul disorder, anything that has affected the Akashic frequency, the memories, the traumas through any soul's life. I'm trained to remove entities, all sorts of intradimensionals, but mostly it ties in with my role as a peacemaker, peacekeeper. So it's a bit like a process of spiritual court of equity. I've worked in those for many years, working at resolving situations on micro and macro levels.
And Angela's incredibly good at what she does. And Paula Milo, Frank Castle's partner and etherical translator, I think she has talked about you on like every episode since we went there, because there's always new layers. And she it was really beautiful that what you did with her there. Just I think you were with her actually for a couple hours when we were there, but Angela does really good work. So it's all symbol sets and resonance. So, you know, Zach and I might resonate with some people. Angela resonates with others. You know, it just depends on who resonates with you. So that's awesome. So Angela's another person you can reach out to if you feel like you connect and could use some help. And that being said, Angela, how would you answer Willow Beaver's question asking about how would you recommend healing the throat chakra?
Throat chakra, I mean, it's literally movement through that zone. So we have here somewhere along just in the center of the throat on these 2 points, it's called the hyoid, right? So when we stimulate this part, it's directly connected to just above the groin area. So if we have blockages in the groin, unexpressed voice, unexpressed lower sacral and root energy centers, blocks there that have a knock-on effect, it can often keep energies trapped here. But if we don't speak our truth, we will develop some sort of chronic condition in that area. It's pretty much guaranteed.
You know, we've I think Zach and I have talked about this, but only we talked about on the show. So one of the modalities that I did to help heal with my throat chakra, well, a lot of things, cranial sacral therapy, but specifically with intraoral work. And the first time I had intraoral work done, and it's where she puts a glove on, and there's different movements, but in general, it's pressing all around your gums, like around the bone, and then the cranial sutures and the cranial plates and the roof of your mouth and different parts. But it was one of the only few very rare times in my life, at least since I was a kid, and everything's new as a kid, but like you get to a certain stage where you've kind of experienced most feelings around your body, what pain looks like, what road rash versus being stabbed versus a broken finger versus like all these different things. You're kind of familiar with what things feel like in your body or experiences. It's not often someone does something to my body, like she's pressing on my gums. It caused sensations and feelings throughout my body in ways I've never felt. I've never been touched that way before, you know, and it was all really positive and amazing. And while she was doing that, I had this imagery come to me when she was on one side of the mouth. I don't remember which was which, but when she was on one side of the mouth, I saw a picture. It looked like a photograph with a really nice frame, but the picture itself had a bunch of rings, really ornate rings, and they were all like very, very shimmery or dark black, obsidian or whatever it was. And then the picture cracked, and all this black ink came up out of the pictures oozing out. And then when she went around to the other side of my mouth, it was the same thing but white, and these white porcelain stones and this white porcelain milky fluid came out on the other side. And when I had a private session with Andrew Bartzis, who was the one who recommended I do cranial sacral, he had an interpretation of that really resonated. And he said, I'm trying to remember now, something to the effect of, it's all the things that you tried to say, like to your wife specifically or in life, that were never received, or ex-wife, and then all the things that you didn't say that you wish you were able to share and express, but she wasn't able to hear, or something like that. And so that's another dynamic of, interestingly, working with the physical body. You're talking about sacral issues can block the throat chakra too, which I didn't know that. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah. I mean, the assessment from Andrew is correct. It is literally words unsaid. Right? Tears unshed, you become choked sometimes when you cry.
Yeah.
Now you get choked up. It's a very physical response. But yes, if you are unable to voice your inner thoughts and feelings, then there's going to be blockages because you learn to suppress and repress.
Yeah. And one more endorsement for Angela, because Jessica Tronsfeld says, Angela helped me out in October 2019. Aww. And Angela and I think it just dawned on me, I take it for granted our friendship, because we've had so many sessions, you could call it sessions, right, that we've done. Like, it just dawned on me, like, oh yeah, like we've had a lot of sessions, and they're great, man. This one, probably one that sticks out to me. Here's a really interesting one. Okay, so Angela writes beautiful. What would you call them? You can call them contract revocations, but they're far more beautiful than just a contract revocation.
I write observations of the things that I see in other dimensions. So I observe something, a data packet, for example, I'm just going to call it that, and I'm able to describe its function, form, and flow, and how that fits into a creationary matrix. I laugh, but
well
I'm
said.
laughing to myself.
Yeah. No, well said. And she was doing this one time. She was reading this one, and we were just on phone conversation. It transitioned into this, and it was long. I mean, read for, I don't know, half an hour or so, 40. I mean, it was long, right? And it was one of the dragon ones. I don't even remember the details, but I do remember, though, it was one of the most interdimensional, deeply meditative, hypnotic states that I went into just in my own, just listening. And again, I mean, your amazing British voice and all the radio communication and the intonation and all that. But what happened? One of the things that happened during that experience with you is I remember actually being the fractal that's here now being birthed. I remember being in the cloud version of myself, if you will, and all the equations and all the different things that went into creating this version of me that's here now, and actually being birthed and energetically, and then coming down to be in the womb after that point. So yeah, that was one of the most.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That piece, I was in such a high state of a high frequency love. Wow. And I wrote that out of the sheer need to express that point. But what it was about, it was written as an observation of Earth. And Earth's journey, and who Earth is as a galactic entity, as a seventh seed, seventh dimensional seed planet. So there's an alignment to that language that's going to unfold as time goes on.
Yeah, beautiful. And let's see.
So actually, I would like to mention the other thing that I feel really passionate about. Is that
please,
okay?
Yeah, do it. And absolutely, talk about whatever. We got time.
This is a personal plug as well.
Please do.
Basically, I'm going to give a huge shout out to my company, Concordia Consularis. You might have seen it around, you might not have. Do go and look for me on Facebook. And what I do with Concordia Consularis, it's a resolution company. So what I mean by that, it's a spiritual resolution company. So if you are entrenched in any type of dark night or existential crisis that prevents you from moving forward on your soul's life script, then this could be for you. It's a personal service that helps you to align your dreams and visions to your personal or business goals. And we're using business and bringing that to the forefront, because everything's changed and everything will change as a result of these things that have happened. So what we need to do, the only way to succeed is to align yourself with your life's path and your life script and your soul script, or whatever you incarnated here to do. We are no longer able to be successful in a system when you're feeding it with all your good energy. I don't know, there might be a bit of a conflict here, but the system is finite and defunct. We know that it's happening, it's falling apart, and it will try and reassemble and rebuild itself in other ways that will try to control you. Now, what we do is we offer spiritual resolution with that system. Okay, and we also look at your history and your interconnectedness with it. So it's much more than a business consultancy. This is the whole package consultancy, where you're able to remove your existential crisis, your business blockages, realign yourself to your own personal soul's goals, live your path that you meant to come in to do, and live that in a sacred way. Now, I'm not sure if that's being offered as a service to the world at this moment, but the idea is to bring all business in line with the fifth world of peace, its values, and those harmonics of joy and love.
And I can fully endorse everything Angela's saying. I mean, there's all sorts of techniques, and ultimately you're the one that makes it work or not. But there are people who have put a lot of work in, and a lot of soul work and a lot of life work into coming up with techniques and ways that are incredibly effective to help give you a huge head start. That's why they're worth paying for one. People give their life, time, and energy because Angela loves you. Like, she does this because she cares about people, and she's come up with profound methods, and she's giving you of her time and her wisdom. And there's a lot of it there. So anybody can misuse tools in a sense. You can have a million good tools and you don't use it or whatever. But Angela has some incredible tools to give, and she has great ways to help you integrate or learn to apply that into your life and to actually walk that out. So, yes.
Thanks. And, you know, I do love helping people. I love helping people to be empowered and feel that resonance through themselves, because it is all possible. But we never generally, as a race, as a human race, take those steps because we've never believed them and never believed it was possible. You know, in the older generations, it's a bit stiffer. Things aren't moving as quickly. I will say that because it's true. You know, my parents don't make open decisions. You know, they do things in a certain way relative to their generation. So it's just letting people know that there are alternative and other ways to do things, not just the ways that we've had deeply ingrained into our psyche.
Totally. And that's what this whole thing's about. Symbol sets, like Zach talks about. I mean, the symbol sets that work for you in any given season of life, and the people. You know, because you could have 100 people at the same symbol set, right? Different churches, different pastors. People fall in love with the person. It's just like sales. You're not selling anything. You're selling yourself. It's not the product, though.
Yes. This is the nature of the new business, basically. You brand yourself in alignment with who you are, what your gifts and skill sets are, and that becomes your recognized symbol in the universe in a sacred way. Yeah. So it becomes more difficult for systems to interact with you when you are this whole, I might add, presentation of self in all fluidic, energetic exchange forms. So obviously money is energy, emotions are energy. So it's really part of the whole big package of how you live as a electromagnetic, crystalline, energetic function algorithm in a human skin suit technology, basically.
Ooh, I like those words, Ange.
Oh gosh, it's only 4 a.m. 4:44.
444.
That's so amazing, right?
Which is 12, which is 3, which is a lot of things actually, but yeah. Interesting. So what? Okay, just because it's coming to mind, and we've introduced you now. We're settling into making weird normal again. Give us some fun things you do, unique things that Angela does inside of her own mind, inside of her own worlds when she's playing.
Right, when I'm playing. Perfect. Oops. If my computer falls over, it would be because I have got.
It'll be because it's 4:44 a.m. That's why.
No, it's because. Oh shit! Sugar. Hold on, this is really important. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh.
it is important. Get your sugar. Get your sugar.
Okay. What do I do for fun?
Oh
Well,
my God! Please do it, Ed. Please do it. Oh, I wish I had one.
This is an antelope horn, and it has been used at festivals throughout the UK for the last 30 years. So it's open ceremonies at Stonehenge and Glastonbury, all over the south, in the west, various gatherings. And I was given this just before I left England last year. And I was going to bring this with me because I was going to use this at Serpent Mound.
Yeah, that'd been awesome.
It would, but I was a bit concerned about how I was going to get this through because
it's a little big.
You know, it is just a bit big, and it has to be played in a specific way. So I am out of practice, but I've been really trying. You have to hold this in a certain way. I don't know if you can see that. It has to be held up like that.
Listen, hold on. Let me tell him. Angela's a pro at this. If you haven't seen her do this before, dude, she nails this shit. You have never heard anyone play like Angela Miller is playing. I'm serious. She hangs it on the wall. Like she's got a little thing there, hangs it on the wall. She gets it all set up. So there's no weight on her hands. It's just the movement of her lips against the horn correctly. And she makes the most angelic Angela sounds. Just wait. All right. Go ahead, Ange.
Thanks for that build up. Angelic sounds with no hands. Wow. Now I've probably woken. Thank you. I know you set that up very well indeed. All of my neighbours are going to be thinking, "God, she's on that horn again." So I'll just blow it again one more time.
Do it.
It's because I'm being facetious. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll stick with number one, and I'll put the horn down.
That's what I'm talking about, Angela. That was the best Facebook Live video I've ever seen you do. And you did that, and you were trying to play that for a couple minutes. You got it. You eventually got it. But man, the first few minutes were hilarious, and you're laughing at yourself because, dude, I totally get it. I've practiced shofars, but I totally get exactly what's going on. When you haven't done it in a while, it's like it's super funny.
And you can't give up either. You have to keep on.
Yeah. All right. So now coming in on the call, we have another live viewer coming on for the first time. So coming into the call is, let's move the comment there. Kala Renee Sislo. Hello, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Oh, no, may not have audio. Hi, Kala. Say hi. I'm Kala. Let's see if we can hear. Nope, she's gone. Bummer. Weird. We had video but no audio. Usually the audio is the thing that works. Okay, Kala, if you're listening. I saw you had a wired headset. Try with the Bluetooth headset because that's working on mine. And then when I actually plug it into my Surface, it doesn't work with my wired, and I got to figure that out. But the Bluetooth seems to work, so we can try that too. So yeah, so the horn. You just blew that in Glastonbury at 4:47-ish a.m.
Yeah.
That's okay, normal around there. Come on.
Exactly. Okay. There'll be a drummer beating some sort of go on.
Yeah, tell me. No, it's great. Okay, so tell me with the horn. So going back into more of Angela's internal perceptions. When you've blown that at different places, what's coming to mind right now when what you saw happen in the unseen realms?
I sent out a certainty of vibration into the area. Basically, when you blow that horn, this is quite worrying actually. People materialize. It's a horn.
Really?
And then when people hear the horn, they turn around and walk in the direction of where the horn player is.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a magical horn.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there was for me, connecting with the cosmos. It's creating a sound frequency, an alert. Yeah, I have a few things like that actually. And then I have this, the Aboriginal Woomera. You see that?
Yeah, pull up there.
Yeah.
Cool.
So,
what's that?
Now you spin this on a really long string, and what this does is communicates a specific frequency. It goes. So last year, 2 years ago, I used this to communicate with the sea and its life and the inhabitants across the Atlantic in preparation for my journey this year. So this was a tribe caller.
I'm here. Are you here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It dropped out and dropped right back in. I had to disconnect my hotspot and then reconnected it, and it just all did it on its own. So did you continue to explain the thing? Because I was gone.
Yeah. Yes, I did. I don't know
Okay,
if anyone
good.
heard me though. Am I okay? What's going on?
Yeah, you're fine because we're being hosted on Zach's computer or whatever, so it stays live. But yeah, that's okay. Cool. I dropped it. Did it go to? Did you notice? Did it go to one big screen for a little bit? Was it just you on camera?
No. It was. We were both there.
Oh, all right. Okay, well, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Right on. So give me the gist. I missed the explanation. So you spin it around, and then what's the tradition behind it or the effect?
Only men are supposed to use this.
Okay.
So of course I'm not going to do that.
That's right. No, we can't do everything.
I swear, but when afterwards it really hurts your shoulder, really, and on a very deep level, and I think I was being reminded that maybe I had the arms of a woman, not of some bodybuilder.
What if it just turns out to be a physiological difference? Like men have some kind of shoulder socket thing that women don't have, so they just made this tool for men, and then when stubborn ass women go, well, fuck that shit, I'm gonna do that, and then they go, oh, maybe there's a reason.
All I'm going to say is magnets. Magnets.
Oh yeah, dude, I get it. Okay, this is a human being thing. Like I got this. I do this too, right? So we when Andrew was up here in November, yeah, she spent Thanksgiving with me and my family. That was so cool. We also did 2 nights of ayahuasca ceremonies while we were up here. It was wonderful. All right, but part of it we brought these and Angela does that too, just so you know. So brought these magnets, really really strong neodymium earth magnets. I mean, they're big, they're solid, and like 1 inch, 2 inches thick, whatever. And I was telling her, she saw them, and I said, be really careful, and these are very, very strong, right? And I don't usually do that unless it's real. And she goes, okay. And so I give them to her one apart, and she starts bringing them together. I'm like, Ange, and she goes, it's okay. What do you say? I've got the torsion point or something. Flip, pinch the skin on her tummy. Like made it like black and blue. I was like, got the torsion point, huh? Okay.
Still got the scar.
Oh yeah, it's all good. I tried to get on Lincoln's lap, so I figured I'd get the torsion point. I'd figure out how to get up there.
Of course you would just swing on up.
Yeah, I figured out one way or another.
So I would like to ask you something, if that's okay. Is that all right?
Sure.
Can I do that?
Yeah. You can ask the host a question, sure.
Okay, so what would you say is the biggest singular learning experience that's taken you on your development of your soul's journey so far?
Wow, what a question. I would say probably right now, to put it in a word, which I'll elaborate, because silly English words need elaborations, but presence. And I've talked about, I think, the last few shows, it's something I've been processing and developing. But presence with self, and how do you be present with self? And I'm processing out loud because I'm trying to describe a feeling and give words or put it into, I guess, a logical process. I guess in part, being able to exist internally in a state at any given point throughout the day, not just meditation, but I mean, ideally 24/7, when there's no internal shoulds, right? Or expectations or identities. There just is just presence, in any given moment. And from that comes everything else. I mean, that's where it came to my awareness to try this in this last week when I would start to go on a tangent and I would start to lose where I was going. I can see that there's a dead end, or I forgot where I was going. Instead of trying to logically retrace my steps, I try in that moment to completely let go of trying to find it, because I don't remember, and be 100% still and present. So stillness is another one big thing for me this whole last year, especially. I mean, breath was becoming very important to me before I ever did entheogens, but one of the primary resonances I found in almost every single DMT experience, 100 plus, is that there's some level of focus on not just my breath as a general reality, but the infinite stillness in a way that I haven't quite ever felt before finding this point. Now, I've felt this sober also, because it's in us. It's like showing us, revealing us, different entheogens, different experiences, reveal a frequency or an energy, that can find resonance within our DNA or within us. And then once we find it in us, then the work is to find that sober, in a sense. And there's always multiple facets to that. There's always 30,000 different streams of that principle being applied at any given moment in any experience. But at the bottom of the breath, where you just release, and before the inhale, it's like it's a back door, right, to the matrix or something. Mm-hmm. It's this point of in itself, it's into self, but then what else gets in the way? So everybody has that moment at the top and the bottom of a breath. Yet, I mean, whatever we have, thousands a day, I don't know. But how much time do we even give attention to the value of that still transition point in between, or on the top of, in between an out breath and an in breath, the perfect stillness, perfect coherence point, or perfect balance, perfect internal isness.
Yeah, I like that. You know what really drew me? There was a word that you used and an expression within that word that you used at the beginning of what you were saying. And you drew such a beautiful energy through that created, it was the word stillness and presence. It was the way that you invited it through your system.
Yeah.
Right. I would like to explore that word, presence. Can we do that?
Yeah. Here, let's start with this. This will definitely spring. This is what came to mind. I don't always do this, but we'll start with a thesaurus. So that's going to spark something for sure. So this is what I do with words often. When I find a word that resonates, I try to find a thesaurus, because nuances can lead down an entirely different fractally blooming pattern that would have never appeared before had that nuance not been observed and honored for the uniqueness of its facets. Sometimes I really like words. Presence, existence, being, companionship, company. Okay, let's go with companionship. So presence for companionship. So finding presence in self creates a space, because that's our choice. Like, there's three things that we'll always have in the universe. I'm trying to remember what they are. They're laid out in a really good video. There's something in these categories of our choice of where we choose to put our focus, and then that brings things into our awareness. So there's a triad of function there internally that we all operate within. And so sovereignty, in a sense, coming to a place where we have at the least full awareness of when we're not fully autonomous from being influenced outside of our awareness in ways that we find detrimental. Anyhow, so finding presence in self with another creates a space for them to find presence in themselves. And I think ultimately, at the simplest form, that's what we're here to do. That is love. That's coherence. It's presence.
Okay, so can we just point our focus to the space between the presence and the breath? Just inside the presence itself, and expand it. And what thoughts or feelings spring to mind in that moment of presence?
As you're describing it, just saw us pulsating like electric field, but it was also very liquidy and pulsing and growing and semi-transparent, and felt really interesting, like fascinating, interesting. But it was seated in that or was entangled with that our base frequency of stillness. So it's like having maybe that's why it's spherical. It's like being in a still moment of being able to observe all sides at once, and it's still just fascinating.
Does it move quantumly when you observe it?
It's like its own. It seems to me, I'm just going through what's coming in through my inner vision here. It seems to me that it's its own realm, its own space that's outside of the whole quantum dynamic, whatever that means. Or we'll say, I feel like even energetically, I'm learning to interact with it. It's interesting. Like it's not familiar in certain ways, so I'm trying to find familiarity or like.
So, with that sense of spherical stillness and presence, just breathe into it for a moment. Allow it to expand. And just take it to the heart. Allow it to expand. Taking it to the throat. Allowing the peace to soften all the cells, soften all the blood cells, the skin, the fascia, the jaw. Allow it to soften your voice. Allow your voice, your inner emanation that is silent in this moment, to express itself energetically without words. Connecting to the third eye input, left brain, right brain, heart. And take yourself into the core center of presence. And allow new words and expressions, thoughts and feelings to emanate through your voice. The presence pathways of the void. The void of existence, where we all live. And just allow your crown to expand further in that moment as universal presence of you flows in at a faster speed. And just connecting your heart to the highest universal levels of your divine apex. Allowing that galactic frequency to get stronger. and fuller in your vibrational core. Your heart beats rhythmically with that universe. In you as one universe, with new expressions unfolding in those moments of presence, present in those spaces. Opening up your dream spaces. So that all your dreams may fly free from your voice, from your emanation, from your expression. Hello.
Holy shit, Ange.
What?
What do you mean? What? What I
okay?
do? Like what? I was just saying words. What?
Sorry.
Wow. That was
Okay?
wonderful.
How are you?
I'm great. That was fantastic. Okay, well, I guess this is the show, and this is what we do. Let me tell you about my experience. Zach, did you just hear that shit, that beautiful soliloquy amazingness that just came through Angela?
I actually heard the last part of it, but I was actually already meditating before you guys started. My energy was all jittery, and so I heard it coming from a laptop on like the other side of my house before that. But yeah, my energy got a lot better when it started.
Yeah, mine too, man. I just sitting here doing it live on screen. So, okay, so some of the things I saw and experienced in that, Angela, okay, so here's part of it. Like when I'm trying to follow these main Zach we're talking about this, when I'm trying to follow guided meditation in some ways, like the things you're expressing, once I feel the energy, like every word is like a 1,000, planets of knowledge or something. It's just there's so much in every cadence or every word, every spoken thing. It's the energy you're communicating, really. That's leading me down some kind of semi-linear, but very, being able to see objective on all sides, whatever pathway for a progression that's in the moment as you're articulating it and watching my energetic reaction as the things are awakening inside of me. You're continuing to lay out words and cadences that will help me unlock myself and find more of myself. Now, the more present I can be with me and also find coherence and harmony with the flow that you're expressing, that shit can go on forever. And it's awesome. And that's usually how our conversations go. They go from like that to that stuff. Either way, both directions. We go into cool shit, man. Awesome.
I'm glad you got some sort of benefit out of it. It's the journey process. It's the journey,
all right, Zach, you carry the conversation. I need to take a break.
This is how this works now. We basically swap out. Well, yeah, that's how it works. So, hi, I'm Zach. We never really actually met each other. So, I'm Zach, and
hello, Zach.
There's not really a lot to say about me. You probably already know everything about me. So, but yeah, it seems like this works very well for people. Nathan here says that his crown started pulsating before blue, purple, and gold light began pouring through his being.
Fabulous.
And then says, "Thank you."
Oh, bless you. The thing about recognizing energy packets, how do you feel about that, Zach? How do you recognize and translate data packets of energy?
I mean, like it's going to be really, really similar to yours, because the same thing that you're calling a packet, I would likely call a packet. My whole thing is like computer networking, internet metaphor. So it's all data packet, data translation, encryption, packeting, things like this. So, how do I understand those?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would say that I use a system that I refer to as energetic signatures, but energetic signatures are more effectively felt than understood. However, they can be cataloged by their agendas to also logically understand them. I personally really enjoy like cataloging different energies by their agenda and cross-referencing with how they feel, and being able to come to recognize them quicker and know them as something more than what I've recognized them as. So I think that's fun. So basically through this, what I call like a process that I call like energy signatures, but that's just kind of like an abstract term really. So probably a lot like the packets.
Yeah, well, I get what you mean about signature reading, because everything has a continual frequency and it has a signature frequency. So this may surprise you, but my last Babylon job, right, system job, technical system, being in the system, was actually in data. Funnily enough.
It doesn't surprise me. I've done a bunch of it too, like a bunch of computer work that's just like literally building databases, populating databases, like all kinds of data work. So I think it's really actually in a certain way good for us, because we want to be doing that anyways in a certain way. So it helps us learn how to do it in other ways. Like I've taken so much crossover from all of the really anywhere that I've done data crunching. So there's like a psychological condition where when we have depression, we like delve into numbers a lot. We just like do like a lot of math and stuff. And that was like a thing that I had in the past. Like before I ever knew that it was like a thing, I just like, I don't know why, like it seemed like a worthwhile thing to do to get better at some kind of math if I wasn't doing something else. But and that was like really good for me. I learned a whole lot of thing about like, making life an equation, basically, which helps me with making things functional, which is really like the kind of the way that I like to approach everything. But it was all just like a whole bunch of data crunching, and really it could be looked at as like, oh my gosh, you're enacting basically this like psychological disorder. But really at the same time, there was a whole lot of benefit that was actually gleaned out of it. And once I realized like, oh yeah, you're probably actually onto something here, that probably is a psychological disorder, I kind of found different ways to channel it more abstractly, especially through art, sound, dance, stuff like this instead. So where like I'm experiencing data, but not through a logical process.
Yeah.
So that it's not just that data crunch all the time.
Yeah. So I get the value of data crunching. But
it's a variable value.
It is a variable quantitative factor. So Zach, can I ask you this question? How many past lives have you had working with data?
I mean, intuitive answer is just like thousands.
Yeah.
Right? Like that I've had through either like quantum healing, hypnosis therapy, psychedelic experience, meditative experience, past life regression, other various things like this. And well, it's interesting because it's not just like this, it's not this data thing entirely. Like some of these past lives play out in a much more primal way, where it's more like this warrior that's the protector of the information, like the protector of the secrets kind of thing. And so, and a lot of times like a really rebellious one, like that nature is very much so carried over. But so in a certain way, it's like data warrior. You know what I mean? So even the ones that are like this warrior stuff going on, there's always something inside of that experience of myself that has to do with like holding on to the information, retaining the secrets, making sure it gets to the right place, making sure we hold on to it, all these various different things. There was actually probably the most profound one because it didn't come through a specific, like I did a QHHT session and had this situation, but it was more like it unfolded over time as like a completely sober experience, and it involved travel and everything. Was when I went to Peru, 4 years ago or whatever. Like when I first went down there, we were gonna like go into Cusco and then go through the Sacred Valley and everything. And right before I went down there, I kind of came across kind of like the Peruvian creation story, which is a story of this a white guy named Viracocha, or to do justice, Viracocha, that emerges from the sea And it's like so weird because it's like this Peruvian guy that's a white bearded man, right? So like I end up going down there. Long story short, you know, just a ton of synchronicities, and I then end up at this spot. It's a fortress in Ollantaytambo, and a lot of this was all about like very drawn to shamanism and these kinds of things. And we end up at the fortress in Ollantaytambo, and we're standing in what is like the shaman's room, and there's like a natural rock that's still in the ground. And this rock, like immense amounts of energy, right? And like I find this rock on the ground that's like a chunk of it, but didn't come off of anywhere that you could see of it. And it like it perfectly fits in my hand. Like if I make a fist around it, it absolutely perfectly fits in my hand. I hold this rock in my hand, and kneeling down, I like immediately feel the experience of dying right there. And then I look up across the there's like a valley, and this is up on one hill of the valley. I look across the valley, and there's like this huge rock scarring place right there on the wall that they call the face of Wiracocha. And I'm just having that total draw where you like know it's looking at you. And I've just like had this death experience, and I'm experiencing myself, like look at myself through a version of myself that's a rock scar that's like seeing two timelines of me at the same time, and I'm also experiencing both of them. And it was just a very, very weird situation. And I'm like, you know, like I'm basically on and realize like this is already a profound time for me anyways, because I'm in Ollantaytambo on my way to Machu Picchu. The whole reason I'm going to Machu Picchu is because I want to go to the top of Huayna Picchu to spread my dead mom's ashes, because I'm gonna like sacrifice her to the void from the Mayan ceremonial place. So like, wow. So I'm like on the way to do that, and then I have this experience. Like I'm already ready for like the super experience. You know what I mean? And like it just kept on coming. But like that one specifically was very much so about like the guy retaining the secrets and has to sacrifice himself for the secrets. I've actually very recently done some interesting dynamic healing work that had to do with like severing a lot of contracts and agreements and stuff that I've made in alternative timelines of myself that I resonate with, you could call it, that has definitely had a noticeable effect inside of myself that very much so come from things like this, like taking vows of silence and all these other kinds of various different things to try and get myself out of getting my head bashed in or thrown off a cliff or whatever. I actually have like you can feel in my skull like this it's a divot, right, that comes like all the way down here. And then I've always had sinus problems right here. And then right here, I have an impacted canine. Like I still have a baby canine because my canine is completely like 90 degrees impacted, but it doesn't, it's like, it fits there. It's not a problem. Like normally they would need to surgically remove that and all this stuff, but it fits perfectly. And then I've always had like these teeth problems down here, and that's like the one spot that my beard doesn't grow in. Like you can actually see on this current avatar how I got my head caved in by some kind of blunt weapon. And the last dynamic healer I worked with, she like went into like a thing about me being crushed and a thing about me being thrown off of a cliff. And like, then I thought about it for a second about this thing, right? And she immediately pops into this and she's like, oh, we need to work on this other thing. You had your head crushed in. And I'm like, oh no, you're right. Like I know that, you know what I mean? So very weird experiences with those. Lots of like trying to protect data and maybe failing miserably, maybe sacrificing myself to try and protect the data, all these kinds of things. Not about that life anymore. No, not about that life anymore.
No.
But Jesus ain't getting crucified this time. Nope.
No, it's not like that.
Fascinating story. It really is. So you were talking about Arcturians the other night, right? Where you went underneath, where you went to Machu Picchu, there's a huge Arcturian healing chamber.
I could imagine that. That makes sense. Sensible. Yeah.
Which would explain the vision that you saw, to me anyway, because it's very natural. There
is an enormous vortex that pours out of the top of Huayna Picchu. Like, it's fucking gnarly. We went for a ride on that bad boy. So I like to play with ley lines, and if I've actually physically gone to a vortex and felt that energy, it's pretty damn easy for me to get in that again. And some of them are extremely fun. And that one's particularly fun, and I'm particularly engaged with it because I basically gave my mom away to it, and I really liked her. So,
Yeah.
fair trade. But anyways, yeah, like I could imagine that. They have a lot of basically cave installations down there that they were just recently finding, and it's very, very clear that like that area is not even remotely discovered at all.
Yep.
Like there's still so
usually
much
blocked
to
off
uncover.
by the Jesuits and the Vatican that keep them from exploring further, the governments. Yeah.
Sure, I could believe it, or literally just the jungle, dude. Like the jungle
there's a lot of that
is a
for sure.
bitch.
There's a lot of that. Yeah.
It's a pain in the ass to do anything in the jungle. Really, you gotta want it.
Yeah.
So, anyways, like I believe it, but like, what do you know about it? I mean, I would presume that's what the vortex is. I mean, that's why they same. You know what I mean? That's where you would put that. As far as I know about Arcturian healing, it's just all about vortexes and focusing those vortexes and coagulating those vortexes, combining those vortexes with perfect phase conjugation, and then channeling them to specific places. And really, this is all like a big process of just focus. It's all about focus. So that makes sense.
Arcturians are highly focused. Highly focused beings, completely. I love the founder of your races, which are also the founder of my races. But yeah, so it's that energy, that pure energy. Actually, we were talking about this in Kentucky, Aaron, about Earth as a galactic entity and the special relationship with Arcturus.
Do it, Ange. Tell that story. Be a good tour guide. Let's hear it.
Once upon a time, there was the most beautiful star in the sky, a light entity, a being that shone so brightly, that was so sacredly masculine throughout the universe, and held this beautiful bright space of high functioning awareness, of beautiful ancient skills of storytelling, with light that changed on an intermittent basis, moment by moment. It was such a beautiful, strong light. It is a strong light with such high moral qualities and ethics that this universe would just weep and cry because of the beauty of that light form in this galaxy. So there was this hot mama.
The seventh dimensional seed planet. Ooh, baby.
Ooh, she had 7-inch heels on.
7 colors too.
Wow, she shone. She was looking good. She was a real, everywhere she went, this beautiful entity. Everybody just was looking at her, wanted to be on her, in her, around her. They wanted to harvest her energy. They wanted to take from that beautiful being that was this luminescent being of so many different light forms and light matrices, all combined together in this beautiful 7th dimensional sea planet that we know as Earth. And one day, the most beautiful, oh my gosh, sovereign and sacred relations of these light merging with this seed took place. And this gently pulsating movement of light and matter began to merge as one, as this frequency. Anyway, that's the embellished version. She absolutely loved it. And she wanted more.
Is that why we're all here, Ange? Is that the real reason? We're on mission to make sure Mama Earth is satisfied.
It's just as good as any mission.
No doubt.
Look, just keep her happy. Keep her happy.
Speaking of which, well, okay, yeah, we don't need pullback from that. Let's dive into that a little bit. So in the original Hebrew traditions, when they would separate for 1 year after marriage, it was the part of the man, they would live he didn't work, and they lived together for 1 year. So part of the dowries in that tradition too is to help them live for 1 year without having to maintain income and whatnot, so they can get to actually know each other. And part of the man's job was to make sure his wife was pleased on every level, very much including sexually. But that was part of the man's job, to find his harmonic resonance with his counterpart, in that dynamic. And they took a year and did that, a whole sun cycle, whole solar return.
Whole solar return.
Ideally, you're
Wow.
stronger, or you're like, no, fuck this shit. This is over, man. I'm glad we did this year. It's done.
Well, she kept
one or
coming
the
back
other.
for more.
Yeah,
she was the
Mama's got a lot of kids.
Yeah. So with the Arcturian population, I think it's about 35% of the population, maybe
Really?
30.
Probably 33.
Yes, I did
34.
think that. Yeah, I did think 34 as well, actually, for some bizarre reason. Yeah, so that relationship blossomed. Eventually, he had to leave because she took other light forms. There was a bit of competition going on.
Mama's gonna do what she's got to do. She's a seed planet after all. Come on.
Exactly. Look, I'm not saying
can't apply our
anything.
3D little moral constructs to this dynamic. Come on, expand your understanding.
But as one of her core races of children, she loves them so deeply. They're her special ones, the ones that always behave in a certain way, that are very conscientious in themselves, in the work that they do, in the words and frequencies that they carry, right? They're stoic, immovable, architects of the universe. She found that sexy.
Sensible.
That's sapiosexy at a whole nother level, baby.
Totally. She was just there. What? You're producing that much light?
Well done. I like this story. Please, we don't even have a fire. We have got an interdimensional digital fire right here in front of us. Please keep telling the story. I love
Digital
it.
fire.
I love digital fires. Oh dear. Anyway, actually, can you continue the story, please?
Me?
Yes, you.
All right. Tour guide mode, storyteller mode.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So, Mama Earth, hot Mama Earth, she did her job as a seed planet. And so all her children began to fight over who are the original races of the planet, and whose technology was better, and whose timeline should manifest. And some of those species, Mama just kind of let them do their thing. Let them try to figure it out for a while, but that hasn't turned out so well. And so Mama and all of her mates are finding relational coherence so that all of their children can find internal coherence, so that we can all come home, which is in these bodies at this time. So then you can go everywhere. Thanks, Mama Earth. I love you. And Arcturus too. And all of them. It's all me. It's all you.
Zach, would you pick up?
But mine's like the non-canonical texts that come before the Old Testament.
Great.
Please do.
Okay. Well, Mom got mad is basically where the story starts.
Shit happens.
Easily done.
Some of the people who lived on Mom weren't very conscientious. And she didn't really appreciate that because nobody really likes having themselves stomped all over. So,
bringing muddy boots into a house like an asshole.
Progressively, as they chose more and more to fall away from themselves, she provided them with every opportunity, like a good mother would, to explore the things that they needed to do to learn. And she gave them every opportunity to learn to go either direction, like a great nurturing mother would. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depends on how you look at it, the story plays out the same regardless. Well, they went downhill, folks, and we ended up where we are right now. And we need to do something about it. We really, really actually need to do something about it. Like, your freedoms are getting pulled away from you. And if you do not do something about it, you will live in a place where you are not allowed to do the things that you would like to do. Not with your mind or anything else. They're much closer than you think to a place where you do not have a choice. And that is just honestly a fact. And it's time to fucking stand up and do something or ship out. So.
What does it look like in the story? In a third-person narrative, what does that look like? Tell the story. The world waking up and doing something about it.
People start to actually recognize that if they don't understand their rights and own their rights, they do not have them. And people come to understand that the planet is ran by the people who live on the planet, not by the specific people who have found the way to manipulate the power. They can only manipulate you because your limited knowledge leads to your bondage, but we've provided all the things that you need to learn for yourself, and all of the things are out there. You just put in the time for yourself and have the discipline and choose the right things and choose a better place, and then you navigate to a better reality. And inevitably, we are already moving to a place where it will already be better. But, you know.
But how fast we get there is really up to you.
Yeah.
The individual.
It's better to be on the right side of history, I think.
Yeah, I would like to still be here when everything's said and done. I have no intentions of going home at this point. No coronavirus or no other reason. Home is here.
Yeah. And in a very real situation, home right here has some fucking stupid shit going on. And really, like, can't be allowing that shit to happen. The whole reason I got raised the way that I got raised is to make sure that if anything like this happened, I was quite all right. But we've been trying to stop this from happening and trying to tell people for a long time. But you're way, way, way closer than you think. Right. You don't want to make it the rest of the way. It don't become fun.
How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, I know how it's going to play out in my dimension because I know exactly where I'm projecting my plasma. But that doesn't mean every timeline is going to play out that way.
Right.
It's true what you say.
I've taken the time learning the things that I needed to do to ensure that I have a true security, one that is a knowing of myself and knowing that I will always be in the exact right place for me all the time. And I'm always purposely taking myself there. And I'm conscious of that 100% of the time. I look at it as a gift. I want to be able to do that. Not a gift that I have, a gift that I'm given. Constantly, I constantly have the opportunity to have as much awareness as I can possibly stomach all the time, and that is living my experience of consciousness to the fullest that I can, and I really appreciate that, and I do that all the time. And as a byproduct of doing that, I have learned things that render me safe regardless of what happens. So if the Yellowstone caldera explodes and it's going to melt the entire Earth, I will walk towards it because that sounds like a pretty amazing show, and I'm not dying anyways. So
fuck yeah, man, 100%.
But the rest of the world, I don't know. You know, I mean, like,
yeah, well, the rest of the world, I don't know. We'll see how it lands, man. We're doing conscious broadcast.
You make your own choices, man.
Yeah,
you make your own choices. You know, go the right direction. That's always the case. You know, if you turn towards the wall long enough, you will hit it.
Yeah, fair enough. Just stop banging your head against it. When the blood's streaming down, you should probably change directions. Or find a better tool to break the wall down if that's what you want to do.
And if you don't know what direction to go, just stop rowing because it's already happening the right way anyways. It's probably you trying to make decisions when you lack the knowledge of the situation that is causing all of the problems. So just chill the fuck out for a moment and see what's happening actually, because that's like 90% of the problem all the time.
You said yesterday, I've been trying to go through our videos the day after, re-listen to them, and I can listen to shit a bit double speed and take it in, which is great because I definitely would not be able to fit in 4 hours of stuff every day. But you said something yesterday. You said, I think there's only one inner path. Okay, I'll quote you verbatim instead of chopping it up for a nice quote, but it was more fluidic in the moment. So I think there's only one inner path, man. In the long run, it's whether you can see the coherence of that path within other people's stories. I think that's a beautifully said.
Yeah. When you see your path in every single other story that could possibly or potentially ever be played out, then you are unified.
Yes.
Yeah. Unity is the goal. Unity is the goal. So at least for me, I don't know. Everybody else can do whatever they want. It doesn't matter. I like the unity route. That's my jam.
So while we are sitting by the digital fire, can we offer a prayer for that unity in this moment?
I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, please do.
It's interesting to try and explain or give reverence to one thing that is everything, because everything that could possibly happen in the next moment is actually reverence of that thing, and that is exactly why that thing is the thing that matters the most. Because that's what love really is one thing being everything and everything being one thing. Ultimate coherence that renders it in a position of functionally timelessness and non-existence. A 0 point of actual unity, where all things inside of it become negentropic and self-ordering, and all the reason for any type of battling or fighting or warring or suffering, all of that disappears because there's space for everything, and that space is perfect for everything, and everything naturally falls into that space. And that's why unity.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that really gives us a peaceful flow of energy in that unified experience of which we all contain a part of it. And I really began to see those trajectories of those people's stories crossing paths, and the similarities and the shared experiences at different time zones in different ways. But we really, really, really are all one.
I hope everybody gets to see it, man, because I've gotten to see it by a whole bunch of different mechanics, and it's the most fucking beautiful thing you could ever possibly see. And
what's your favorite mechanics?
What my favorite mechanics for that?
Yeah.
Meditation would be, but my focus is not high enough right now. So the favorite mechanic, if we say favorite mechanic, all I can say is favorite experience that I've had, which was a dream mechanic, but the most reliable is psychedelics. So
which one?
Well, I had a specific dream mechanic where I was basically encountered by like it's the same light beings that I talk about a lot, but this one was extremely feminine, which was weird because they're generally very androgynous and don't do anything like that. But as this thing like emerged to me inside of a toroidal space of unity, it was like its face was changing between every possible human face, and like in my understanding of love at that point in time, there was no way that you could actually like fear love, but this thing and this was a version of myself. We should preface this by that. I know this very much so.
Yeah.
The way that it projected love to me, though, was absolutely like petrifying. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by how much it loved. Not me, by how much it loved. Just it did. Not me.
Totally.
And so like I was all like questioning with my mind, but it like swooped up on me all aggressive and was like brushing my face and brushing my lower back and like telepathically explaining to me all these weird things about how like love, all these weird things about love, and how long it had been experiencing it, and how much of like what it really meant, you know what I mean? And and that was like really being a lot interpolated by a feeling, but very much so like I was like paralyzed, and it felt like fear. I'd felt this 2 other times in my life, and those other 2 times I very much so associated with fear. This is like 7 years before my mom died. Like I had a very visceral, like meditative experience where I knew very real that like my mom was gonna die. Like I hadn't thought about it like that before, and it very much so like locked me up. I was like meditating into the space, like asking myself like, what do you really fear? And every time that I would get to something, I would like experience it, and then basically be like, no, really though, what do you really fear? So
Yeah.
constantly trying to purposely push it to a deeper level, even though I wasn't really sure what was there. And eventually I got to this point where I was like, I had this very real, like, pop experience of a feeling where, like, I knew my mom was going to die. And, like, I couldn't fucking breathe for, like, 2.5 minutes, to the point where I literally thought I was going to suffocate. And then finally, like, it released itself, or I guess I broke out of it and, like, gasped really massively. That one was paralytic like that, but it was a very, like, physical fear. I had another experience with, like, meditative state, kind of like a sharing of consciousness with what you could call an entity, and its rate of cognition and its intelligence was, like, so fast, it, like, bent my mind really hard, and, like, I was so leveraged into my, like, logical understanding of the space being the thing that was giving me control, and this thing, like, being experienced in my space, and the way that it interfaced with my mind made me realize, like, there is absolutely no way you have control over the space if this thing's in the space. And I definitely didn't. It very much so, both metaphorically, visually, and with the feeling, pushed me into, like, a corner. And I basically got to sit there in a corner, like, locked in, while it did the thing that I was trying to do without me, while sharing all of its thoughts with me, and basically showing me, well, really, it was one of those experiences you hear a lot about on psychedelics, where it's like you experience something that makes you, like, really realize, like, how, like, insignificant and stupid you are, but, like, in a good way, where you're like, whoa, I really actually needed that right sizing. I was getting way too big for my britches and shit like that. Like, I was ahead of myself, messiahing out a little bit, you know what I mean? These kinds of things. And this was very much so, like, get in the fucking corner, like, you're not that smart. This is what it would really feel like again. And I was really just, like, a little bit too far away from the experience of, like, a unity space to feel like, it's weird, because when it happens from psychedelics, I guess now I never feel, like, scared by it. I know it's, like, this overwhelming amount of information, so you just don't try. And when you don't try, it feels very blissful. Like, you feel like you're just getting massively recharged. Like, there's, like, a hug flowing through you. The most loving hug ever is flowing through you, right? Like, and that's but you just can't think about anything, right? Like, you don't look for answers, none of that. You just chill, and then it feels great. But if you're not doing that, that space is very much so, like, oh my gosh, it's overwhelming. The amount of data that's coming through here is too much. I can't sort all of this. I start freaking out, anxiety, right? So that kind of paralysis. But then this one, like, flipped the script on me, because it was like, you're paralyzed, but it's not because you're scared. It's because you're being loved. And then, of course, that started a whole process of things, of realizing how I was actually afraid of being loved, and I wasn't allowing myself to be loved, and not loving myself because of being afraid of being loved, and
and all those generational and nature nurture upbringing traumas around love, and
which are still going on. If I'm completely honest, that was, I guess, 3 years ago. Yeah, like, well, 4 years ago, maybe now. I've worked through a lot of them, but they're definitely still going on. Like, I have shit with that still all over the place. Like, love, self-love, coherence, that's, like, my whole jam, whether I'm doing it, like, logically or just intuitively. That's really, like, my whole jam. Everything in my life goes to, like, working with other people, you know, like, being more accepting, being more tolerant, all these kinds of things like this. So, like, I'm very much so about the love jam at this point in time in my life, but that's because, like, I got fucking problems. My mom was, like, a really good mom in the terms of, like, she cared about me, she taught me how to learn, she made sure I had the stuff that I needed, but, like, her fucking parents didn't know how to love, she didn't know how to love, she sure as shit did not teach me how to love, you know what I mean? And I didn't have no dad around, because she had no idea how to love him. He didn't know how to love either. He still doesn't know how to love. But, you know, nevertheless, like, no real teacher there, like, in my life for that. So it makes sense that I'd have a lot of work to do in that area, and definitely still do. So, yeah, work in progress.
Can we all go on a little journey of love?
I love them.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, you up for that? Is that a consensus?
Consensus, yes.
Okay. So just slowly take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Inhale for 3, exhale for 3. Inhale for 3, deeply into the heart and connect. Inhale for 3, into the heart and out for 3. And just allowing your awareness to move with every breath into the heart. And just allowing your own healing frequency of source to soften your heart, your cells, veins, your arms, your meridian points. Allowing your heart to just receive in this moment. And just breathing in again, doubling the focus to your heart. And you breathe a little bit further, deeper down into it, into the core that is you, into your sat nav, into your multi-dimensional capacitor, just breathing air and becoming aware of your very potent heart energy, the seat of the soul. And you allow it to get stronger and lighter. And really beginning to feel the deep sensations of warmth. Allowing any inner ice to melt away, any compacted ice or barriers to just simply dissolve. As you make room and breathe into the heart of all things, the heart of the matter, the heart of you. Cleaning through pericardiums, cleaning through the whole zone, washing it away with the pure source frequency of you. Allowing that connection from the sky, from source, directly to your heart. Feel the child within you. Sense the child that is so beautiful, shiny, sparkly, fun, creative, playful, cheeky, and universal in its existence. Sense the child there and smile, smiling deeply and gazing at yourself in that moment of sacred beauty of the heart. Feel your love, the original love that you incarnated with at the very beginning of your soul's experience. Allow that love to pass through all of your experiences to your heart in this moment. Connecting to the multidimensional part of you, part of your heart that loves, that deeply and truly loves. Just feeling the sensation of the resonance of my words deeply within your heart. Feel the softening vibration expand you in light, in the purest form of light from source. Feeling yourself grow and expand as you melt away all self-imposed barriers to love. giving yourself permission to defrag, unlock, and decode all barriers, devices, structures, anything that restricts the way that you breathe in the universe through the heart. Allow it to be released in this moment, past, present, and future. Allow the sacred fire of this universe to penetrate the cells, warming your blood, warming your soul as it interfaces directly with your bone marrow and all of your fluidic systems. Allow that softening to take place on all levels of your energy, seen and unseen, conscious or unconscious. Allow the frequency, the sacred frequency of you, to expand in your light body dynamics. Clearing out all blockages that prevent you from living the highest levels of love on this planet and beyond, across time. As you connect your multidimensional love frequency to all aspects of yourself, lost, hidden, fragmented, forgotten, taken. Send out that signature frequency of love to all parts of your being in this heart moment. As you remember, recollect, and reprocess all parts of yourself that have been given away, out of love, in love, taken, heart-based offerings, vows, promises. Allow it to just dissolve in this moment, bringing your heart up to the processor speed it should be for today. Allow your heart to engage with the frequency and timeline of Earth. Allow the synergistic interplay between all intertwined forms of light, from earth to sky, with your heart as the conduit. Focus on the flame within it. Allow you and your child to grow. Allow the wisdom the child should have had to come through. Nurturing that child in this moment as all the nurture you have ever experienced as an eternal being in this universe and all other universes magnetizes to you. You become aware in your heart of the highest levels of highest quotient of nurture and unconditional love that was afforded to you before you even came or incarnated into physical form. Allow that growth to expand into the lungs, that central loving core focus. Focus your soul frequency like laser beams into the heart. Light it up. Have a rave. There are laser beams in there with a soft, gentle heartbeat, a drumbeat, a collective call of unified rhythm of oneness in this sacred heart moment of now. Allow that heart wave of universal love to ignite and respond to everybody in your 1 degree of separation. emanating this source frequency of the highest love in this universe to all those hearts in your circles. Allow it to spread to your families. And with the highest frequency of the most gorgeous, softest, gentlest, peaceful, intimate, divine frequency of you. Know it. Allow it to forgive all those that have ever wronged you in any existence. Allow that unconditional forgiveness to flow through from you to them and beyond, and them to you. As you move through resolution with the greatest awareness of sacred peace in your heart. Give yourself permission to release out-of-date structures that block your expansion. Give your soul permission to unlock and decode any and all unperceived blockages contained within. As you open and smile in the heart further, opening yourself to you, opening the deepest, intimate parts of yourself to your source frequency, updated, upshifted, and increased in resonance. Connecting your heart to the highest level of frequency of your being. Breathe. Breathe down into the belly, deep down into the sacral root. Allow yourself to realign to the heart fully with all other physical functions. Acknowledge yourself in this moment. Acknowledge your light. Acknowledge the frequency you're holding space with on the planet. Acknowledge you, your growth, and what it's taken for you to be here in this moment. Look forward to the future with your heart, creating it with your own heart's desires, wants, loves, likes, satisfactions. Allow your frequency to shift up a gear. Into the highest parts of your bodies. Allow your signature frequency, your sacred signature frequency, to unfold and become stronger in all parts of you, on the outer edges of your own energy being, your energy matrix. Allow your heart to be whole. Allow your heart to beat freely in alignment with your own internal rhythm, your algorithm of this universe. Allow your inner alignment to upshift you, your heart, your frequency, your heart-based goals to whole new levels of your conscious awareness and your conscious function and unconscious function, seen and unseen. As you allow sovereign you to be embedded fully in wholeness into the heart of the I am. Just breathing your soul deeply and interconnectedly into every single nucleus within the body, within the physical. Allow it to spread, multiply at exponential levels of all fractal versions of you, unified through the heart in this moment. Breathe. Breathe and go down deeper into you. For this is sacred you. Feel sacred you. Feel the sensations that it gives you, the emotions, the thoughts, the feelings of that beautiful soul that is emanating in this moment. Just allow yourself this moment to honor your personal journey and what it has taken for you to be here in this moment, to love, despite heartbreak, despite enduring negative emotional impacts from others, stressful situations, life situations, karmic situations. Let it go. All that impedes your heart-based awareness, all that impedes your soul's heart-based coherent awareness. Allow yourself the inner freedom to express freely and creatively through the throat. Allow those pathways to become clearer. Allow those blockages to dissolve further so that your soul can express its heart-based functional capabilities in all forms: sight, sound, feeling, smell. Feel your heart functionality increase to 100%. Optimum function. Feel that sense of functional awareness in the heart and how it interacts with the other organs in the body. Feel that sacred heart rhythm beat through every single cell in the body, unified as one in your own internal rhythm algorithm. Feel your own expansion come through, emanate, unfold, expand around you into your conscious awareness of understanding, solidified, real, present. Breathe, love, peace. For you are sacred. And you are loved. You are so deeply loved. Just feel the emanation of that universal love surround you, within and without. Breathe again. Anchor, embed, imprint your expansion with who you are now and what your residual image is in this moment that is you. Breathe. And just bringing in the last piece of the puzzle, the appreciation of your source, of your own source frequency, the light that guided you here, the light that is you, that was born in you. I appreciate you from the very heart of my being. I honor you from the heart of my being. And I know you love me too. Breathe. Breathing into merging with total, pure, amplified, universal love. Breathe. Soften. Relax. Love. breathe and stretch. Just feel your fingers, feel your toes, give them a wiggle. Connect with your hands, your feet, and just feel yourself come back fully present and in the heart. Pulling yourself back into concentrated whole form in the heart. Enjoy feeling you. Enjoy the gifts from the depths of your heart, mind, body, and soul in complete present awareness. Hello. I think that everybody is really into it. What do you think, Aaron?
So from the sacred space, the sacred internal space, or womb space, seeing yourself as a fetus in your mother's womb, seeing yourself seated there in this lifetime, and feeling it in the cells of your body, being present in those interdimensional womb waters. Remembering what it felt like, not just the imagery, but how it feels to feel safe, to not yet quite be in the world, but it's all around you. You feel what your mother felt and your father felt, or those around you. Testing, assessing, gaining perception, trying to write out the code and script of your life based on the greatest data available that you can take in when you're in the in-between space, feeling and perceiving 3D, while also everywhere else in ways you won't be again for a while. And in that space, it's not just this lifetime, but it's every lifetime that you've ever existed, and every womb that you've ever been in, and any 3D incarnation and interdimensional incarnation. At that point of infinite neg entropy within you, within your experiences, and your collective awareness. And every lifetime that's coming to your awareness where there was trauma or pain, ones you've been aware of, that you thought were healed, but maybe there's more. Ones that are coming to you now, bring them all to this womb space, this interdimensional space outside of space and time, but also right inside of it, the singularity of you. And in those spaces, every part of you can teach the other parts, share those experiences, heal those wounds. A fractal of you leaning down to heal the broken child who died much earlier than they should have. Or the pain that ego and that experience That soul, those feelings, is still processing, being cleansed and healed by the singularity of you, being present with yourself. From this space, there's a portal to a place that only you can get to, outside of universe and space and time and any conceivable dynamic that we've existed and incarnated in for experience. The singularity outside the singularity concept of you. And in this space, there's an interdimensional fire. The surroundings of every incarnation you've ever had and beyond. And present at the fire is all of your ancestors, your soul family. Each there telling their story that's in your DNA now. And in these places, these energies, these resonances, wherever they've taken you to inside of yourself and your own images and visions and experiences may have nothing to do with the words. Remember these frequencies, these energy states, these realms of you. And write it down. Lock it away. Keep it fresh in your RAM, in your heart, in every heartbeat. That every footstep from heel to toe will be an infinite feedback loop of these two places inside of you. Of ever-present awareness of self and the ancestors through our DNA, and coming to coherence with the earth and the planet that we're on, and the bodies that we're in, and the 100 trillion cell ecosystem that resides within, and each has its own frequency and signature and consciousness. Have you tuned into it? As we speak sacred words around a sacred digital 2020 fire, we can all put our energy into the fire. Frustrations, our anger, the things, our identities that hold us back from us. Who are you? Does it matter? Sometimes. So even opening your eyes, if you're ready, and looking at the fire, allowing it to draw you back to the present moment, fully in this vessel, while everywhere else. And to let it settle, and integrate, and process, receive, experience the data, not just process the data, experience the data. Let it integrate into every cell of your body with the right harmonic frequencies of now. And just be. Because you're beautiful. Every one of you. And we're incredibly unique on this planet. And your uniqueness matters, and it matters most to you. When you know your own uniqueness, and you fall in love with yourself all over again, because there's a lot of ways you're unique, man. Aho. And I love you.
Oh. To those that have experienced that, maybe just wiggle yourself around, come back into the body. Become aware in present self technology. And I hope
Present.
that
Sorry.
Go on.
Present self technology.
Yeah.
What a lovely way to put words together, Angela. Thank you.
Oh, glad you like them. Does anyone listening have any questions?
Well, we've got Angela is amazing. Love to you all here. And Willow Beavers, I'm totally zen her out right now. So we'll see. They might come in. I love that fire you found, Zach. That's fantastic.
It is. You okay, Zach? How are you?
Oh,
Oh,
well,
you're
I'm
muted.
kind of honestly, like on a deep level, I'm kind of like sad that I don't feel like certain levels of coherence all the time, but I know it's actually unrealistic to feel that all the time. But like, I don't know, I'm kind of sad I'm disconnected from it.
It will be there to unfold when exactly the moment is right. The pathways are there.
Yeah, it seems to like that number. I need to go stand outside for a second. So,
go do
I'll
it,
be back
man.
in a minute.
Yep.
Well, Mr. Tour Guide, fellow tour guide.
Oh, are you gonna you still good? What the time is it there for you? 6:30 almost? Sun's coming up. I can see it out your window.
Yeah, 6:23. We have
Okay,
daylight.
I swear before we started that it was dark there. That
It was.
was awesome. Whatever that was. I mean, I know what that was. I mean, you know what that was, man. I wrote it down earlier, Ange, what I'm gonna write down for the title of the show. As long as it fits in the title, we've gotten kind of long the way we do it. But storyteller healing with Angela Miller.
Oh. Or tour guide healing.
Oh my God. Yeah, no doubt. I do have an affinity for storyteller though. I really like that thing. I do like tour guide too. I think they're interchangeable, but I feel like storyteller healing with Angela, with an angel. Like it's perfect. I think it's perfect. Like
Oh.
fits.
It actually the word storyteller, they just sort of fall off the tongue. Storyteller.
Yeah.
Storyteller.
Tour guides are our joke we're bringing to the world. Just so you know, me and Angela decided that on our trip across the eastern side of the United States, we decided that this type of communication, storytelling, is being a good tour guide. So being present enough with self interdimensionally, the energies you're interacting with, so that your cadence and your flow begins to express a form of energy that creates an expression of something you're trying to communicate or come into communication with or coherence with in the conversation or the people on the other side. And so we call it being a good tour guide because everybody does that differently.
Exactly. Yeah. That
You know
was
what's
really
funny?
lovely.
Yes, it was. Hold on, we'll put this up here too. Let's see. Jasmine says, "Thank you. When we started this meditation, thunder started happening outside and still going, and now it's raining." Dude, so in part of the meditation, sorry, my hand looks like it's huge. It's up here. Part of that meditation, I gotta fix all this shit. You gotta come over and help me clean my place again, Ange.
No,
It's
do
way
it
better
yourself.
now.
Do it yourself. Done
Hey,
it once, that's it.
My sister. Okay, so look. I swear, I gotta look this up. There's gotta be an app. I'll look it up somewhere too, because like if it happened, it's so fucking. What a synchronicity! I swear we had an earthquake here. The building was swaying more. I'm like, okay, is my heart beating really fat now? My heart was slow. Is my body shaking? Am I like that astral interdimension? Is that no? It was like physical. My feet were swaying. So I don't know. I'm gonna check.
There was a lot of universal movement in those moments.
What did you experience, Angela?
I just observed it as it was happening.
Oh, there you go. What did you observe?
It was more.
Tell me about your guide.
Yes, from the beginning of the journey. Where do I sign?
Entertain me with the facts in your own unique way, tour guide.
Well, it was just the viewing of that because I was reading a stream of information, so it wasn't all coming from me. I was seeing things and feeling things. So I was feeling the emotions of the viewers, past, present, and future out there. What resonant frequencies that humanity needed. And it's love, it's nurture, it's peace, right? You know, so a story was being shown to me of how we are loved, how our functions work on a body mechanics, like body mechanics level, and just noticing the interface, the interplay between inside, outside, how we function on the cellular level in relation to the universe itself, our past life journeys, our multidimensional experiences. So it was kind of like just observing out there in the unseen world what is required or what was required for this moment.
What a beautiful way to go from this beautiful, exquisite, in the moment, incredible storytelling to, well, basically I just did this, 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 and this, and this. I'm like, oh, okay, so that's how you do it. You talk for 20 minutes in this beautiful cadence, and you make the words up as you go in the moment as they're right, and communicate the energy you just broke out on a bigger, more boxed, narrowed down system. But it comes out through a communicative flow because we're humans, and that's why all the Bible stories and all the Vedas and like any human expression, is beautifully valuable. Zach said, I think on the last episode or something, in a flow, there's so much stuff Zach says that I agree like 100%, right? But then he just keeps going, which is great. And I just sit back and listen. Anyway, one of the things he said was, he goes, I bet you I believe in the value and the value of religion more than you do, or some shit like that. I'm like, dude, totally. Because those symbol sets can communicate those energies. That's how I got through the church, man. I didn't break out. It didn't like break me. I broke it. like, I found out how to love and well, the whole paradigm and the way that on one hand is like, I think that the ultimate challenge to get through the system but you find yourself through it really. Like I went to the core of it. I mean, the deepest parts of like truly my soul heart being to that construct, because I found myself, though I put it in archetypes outside myself. And when I pulled that all into me, I mean, that's when everything really started to come into alignment. Okay, Nathan said, okay, listen to this. This is beautiful, Ange. Listen to what he said. This is up there with one of the most beautiful experiences. These digital ceremonies are a true blessing. Thank you, and so much love and gratitude for you.
Oh, thanks, Nathan Weir.
Yeah.
I am honoured to have shared that moment with every single being here. Really, what a blessing. Absolute blessing.
Jasmine says it was 91 degrees today, sunny and barely any clouds. Just adding that. Nice. So it was cloudy and not nice here. And yes, I agree with you.
It's raining all day here.
Yeah. So yes, I agree with you, Nathan. It was a beautiful experience. For us too. I mean, a lot of that was, we didn't plan on that, so it just came, and we're like,
No.
okay, I guess we'll just go into this, and that's great. I like that we were holding space for that kind of thing. It's nice because I was thinking about it too, like that could totally be, because if we're gonna do this every night, so it's kind of like, all right, even tonight it was like, yeah, we're just kind of chatting. I don't know where this is gonna go, and then goes, and then I come up with the title in the middle of it, which works. But stuff like this could be segments, like a weekly thing, or potentially, or something maybe during the week. But I don't know, weekly show thing, because I think it'd be cool to have it part of like a normal show where like it's storytelling, and we like bring people on to get into this mode of meditative storytelling for whatever dynamic. I think that'd be really, and put a fire on. That'd be like the thing that week too, like telling a story around the fire, right? I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful idea. I really like that because it materialized from co-creation.
Totally. From literally in this
And
moment in the show.
yeah, moment by moment. And that is the stuff that will outcreate old ways of thinking, but also allowing the story to come through, because in there was woven my own story. So it's back to what Zach was saying, that every one of us carries a part of the same story that makes us unified. So it was just a key thing, because we've had various words that have been present throughout this whole broadcast. Yeah. Stillness, presence, love, peace. So the story really of the whole broadcast was about that, and how to connect with it, emanate with it, remember, realize, actualize those divine skill sets that we all have, and it's innate to us, but we've just forgotten about. So those stories help us to remember and reignite certain things within ourselves. So it was a real pleasure to weave in a thread of my own story.
Well, and bringing unity and coherence within. Yeah, beautiful. And then amongst others, doing that, organically live, and then obviously it's in digital space forever.
I love digital fires. I do.
Dude, I'm digging it, man. We energetically reverse engineered the system, right? I'm pretty sure our show. Listen, I'm pretty sure, because we'll go into all the truther shit at times, right, and other shit, but like that's not really what it's about. It's about deeper shit. But like, I think our show will slide under the radar. I think like London Real and all them, they'll take the heavy hits, and all the people making the hardcore truther videos about Bill Gates and all that stuff. Like, but like I think our show will probably just kind of slide under. Because it's so much, dude. It's not a specific video. Like, it go on for a long time. It's not just. I think it's just a show. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, well, this show, the frequency of it is different to a truther reporting on Bill Gates or somebody system based, because when that truther is reporting, they're not neutral. They're completely alarmed, they're in fear, they're projecting a lot of negative emotions into telling that story.
Yeah.
Really. But this is just a whole expansive new arena.
Yeah.
For people to really unleash parts of themselves that they wouldn't normally get to do.
Sorry, I'm playing with the settings. Yes.
Oh.
Trying to go when we're both on here.
No, aren't we both on here?
Well, yeah, but I was trying to make us bigger and the fire smaller. I don't think it'll work. Oh well.
Okay. What be actually in the fire?
Hey, Munchies with Mellow, which again, it's an awesome name. I rewound the meditation from start to finish. I feel like I am floating on a cloud. My heart is on fire. My third eye crown feel absolutely amazing and at peace. Thank you, Angela. Oh, yep, definitely.
Great.
And storytelling healing. Yeah, I think that fits with Angela Miller. Angela Miller. I'm so grateful for that experience. It was so amazing.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, Munches, beautiful.
And that's the thing. To make a plug for the show, in a sense, like the fact that we're all here live doing this, that's what matters, really. I mean, just connecting with one person who's here. Like if it was just you munchies, and like you got something like cool, man. Because like whatever, this shit goes on your internet. Whoever will see it is whoever's supposed to see it'll see it. Cool, and like well maybe they'll resonate, and then like we'll just find more people that I don't know feel safe to come and talk about these things, I guess.
Yeah, and it reminds me of games that I would play with the children. You'd pick up a few words and then get them to describe it, and then you turn it into a story.
Yeah.
Pure creative imagination stuff.
Oh, Ange, shit. Is the sun actually up yet? Like, did it rise yet, or is it coming up?
It is coming up. It's not due. Let me just check when it's due to come up.
Yeah, make sure you grab your horn. You got to at your sunrise. Please play the horn. Do it. Open up your window like you do it. It's sunrise. It's cool.
My neighbours are not going to be happy with me at all. They're never happy with me anyway. So,
are you sure, Ange? Can you speak that over yourself? Find peace wherever you go, peacemaker.
I am a peacemaker, but I can't be responsible
Except for when they
somebody
piss
else's
you off,
lack of peace. Yeah, I just say nothing. Don't project your emotion at me.
Shield.
Yeah, but okay. So 5:43. So in 10 minutes. Oh no, we've passed that. The sun has risen.
Okay, that's all right. You got a window. I'm sure astrologically like an hour, so we should definitely blow it. I don't know if that's true, but I'm trying to do it.
Do you know what? They bring in their leaf blowers at certain points, so maybe I will do.
You should do that every morning. That should be your thing, and every night. Do it, Ed.
Excuse me. Getting all hungry now. No, hold on. I'm giving up. Just a little one. One more.
Well done, Ange. I dig it.
2.1. 2.1.
That's an old comment. I kept popping it. That's from something else I think said a little earlier, but it worked. I'd put the LOL up when you're playing it funky, and I'd take it down when you're playing it well.
Yay! I don't mind. I've got no shame.
Oh, see, there's a very sacred space held with this podcast. Cool, man. I'm glad you say that because we definitely go from that. We definitely go from that sacred ceremony, like smoking and swearing. It's like, some people may not dig that, but I don't know. Then that's not for them.
Feels like paradigm will be chanting in white.
Ooh, feels like trailblazing through the interverse. Exactly. Cool, man.
That's exactly what sure. It is.
Yeah,
it really is, and that is the only way to live. Trailblazing. That is language that speaks to my soul.
No doubt. That's why we're here, man. That's why I was born. As soon as that virus shit hit, I'm like, oh, it's on, man. My soul, I've been in a holding pattern for a while, and that's where I'm like looking for reasons to live. Where I've talked about, oh no, I've lost Nate's 1% reason to live. Lighter, I dropped it somewhere. But I was talking about the lighter is like 1% reason to live. It's fine. It's again, I'm satiated all my contracts and like all that shit, and I'm totally satiated to my experiences there, my Kessler, and as a human being, blah 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 blah. And then the virus stuff hits. I'm like, oh shit, it's on, man. This is what I was born for. The world totally shifted. We go do that tour around Serpent Mountain in DC, and a whole circuit and through the Cheyenne Mountains, right? The wombs and the birthplace of Mother Earth. Dude, let's shift into that because we haven't talked about that much since that experience. So, with him, and especially since after, and even tuning into it now. This is the Cheyenne Mountains, correct?
Smoky Mountains.
Well, I think we call them Smoky Mountains, and then he corrected us and said they were Cheyenne.
The Cheyenne Forest.
They were Smoky Mountains. It was very cool. It was beautiful. They were clear. We both saw, look at the Smoky Mountains, But I think he said they're Cheyenne. We'll look it up later. The burst springs of Mother Earth and that whole dynamic.
Yeah. So let's just go back to the Baptist Church.
Deep Springs
Right.
Baptist Church.
And we start making our way to Waynesville.
Mm.
And we see the mount. Or was it Waynesville to Asheville?
You should have
Can't
just kept
remember.
going, Ange, because when you said the town, I go, glad she knows. I had no idea. So let's go with
it. Well, stop number 1 was the Pleiadian artist with the most amazing activating artwork. And we just sat there and gazed. I'm just wondering if this was after or before.
It was on the way to his place because he told us that it was in those mountains. That's where the Burr Springs are. And you and I on our own, as soon as we drove into him on the way to his place, we're like, and the first thing I said, I just felt the whole realm be present. I said Lemuria, right? And it was beautiful. I mean, I don't have a tapestry handy.
Can you describe the energy? Can you describe the energy of that experience as you drove into the mountains? Because it's really stunning.
Oh man, so it very much maps the visuals in a sense. So the Smoky Mountains. So they were not jagged, like rigid rock climbing mountains, I guess, in a sense. They're almost like big rolling mountains, but they weren't hills. They were mountains. And the clouds and the mist, the way they hovered around them, especially around the base, right? And they would create this gradient of grays or whites and mists up the mountain. And that settled of mist and cloud at the bottom. It was very, just being there and seeing it was very interdimensional. And so it was like being inside that cloud. And so if that's the physical ring or emanation that you can see, all the etherical emanation from that, it was beautiful. It was Lemuria, and it was just, it felt like
subtle, fine, what's the word?
Precision.
It's so fine, beyond fine, ultra fine. It's, what is it? Can't think. Gossamer-like energy infused with peach and the palest greys.
Well,
by this strong surrounding and hugging the valley as we drove in, probably listening to Pink Floyd. I think.
Yeah, we might have been at that time. Yeah, I'm glad you introduced me to that. Believe it or not, I never listened to that album.
Another one.
And same one with what's the other one you said? This is old school. And as soon as you started playing them, I'm like, oh fuck yeah! It was some EDM, electronic dance music. Galaxy's Child was one of them or something. And like,
Dream State Logic. Logic.
Man. I love that shit. Dude, we drove 3,000 miles. That was probably half of what we listened to. That was great, man.
Just listen to that.
Awesome, man.
Oh.
And when we were pulled over at that rest stop in front of the Tesla things, and we had that sassafras. I think it was that night. And no, it's fine. I just said we had sassafras. Doesn't mean like we ingested it or anything. That's alleged. That's just implicated. So, but I remember we were listening to the what's it called? And technically we don't know what we had, by the way. We were literally given pills and said, I think this might be what they is. All right. It was from someone we trusted. It was fine. So we're not even liable. Like there's nothing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So, okay. So, holy shit. Jesus. All right. So that experience. Okay. But in that experience, we were listening to the Tron soundtrack. All right. This is funny. Okay. Listen to the Tron, the new one, right? The new one. And like there's one song in there, I forgot what it was, but it's only like 2 minutes long or so, and it's electronic, just a slow rhythm and slow beat or whatever it was. It was beautiful. Put me in womb space, right? And Angela, for my sake, she put up with that track on repeat for like an hour in the car, right? And she you kindly said at one point, like, is it okay if we change the tracks? Like when the energy was kind of shifting anyway. You weren't interrupting me or anything. It was fine. it's getting a little repetitive. I'm like, oh my God, this has probably been annoying you for like fucking 40 minutes. And it's
No,
beautiful to me. I was good
no, it's fine.
the whole
I've
time.
learned the art of zoning out.
Mm.
when you have children, you learn how to zone out. So vroom, you're
Oh,
not even there. What? You know?
when I opened my eyes, when you were beautifully doing your own thing, I think you had your shawl over your head, which is I love. It's just it adds such a I don't know, it just adds an additional magnetic resonance, I guess, to your emanation. Then you were doing your thing and you're dancing with the universe. It was beautiful. I love you, Ange. I love the way you are. I really do.
Oh, thank you. I love you too. Oh.
You're a big reason I'm as whole as I am, Angela.
No,
Dude.
you are the reason you're as whole as you are.
Oh, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. We know. Come on, I'm honoring you as a person. No, it's like, no, Jesus did it. Jesus did it. Shut up, Ange. You did it.
Oh, right then.
Over and over again. And Angela's been like my older sister I've never had. We've done 2-week-long live together road trip type situation. It's been great. We haven't had one issue at all, except for that one, and it wasn't even an issue. You woke up one morning, you had a bad dream or something, or you're dealing with some shit, and you were just not into it. You're like, can we get coffee first? That's totally fine. That's totally fine.
Oh my God.
The grumpiest you were, and you're like, I'm sorry, I just had it. And it's like, yeah, no, man, that's no big deal. It's like you bit my head off. I could just tell you were like, better than that. That was cool. Yeah.
Oh, it was funny. It was so funny. But it comes down to just a way of being, doesn't it? Of stillness, presence.
And finding enjoyment with the other, whoever you're with, the one you're with.
Exactly. So, we've had some nutty experiences.
Yeah.
I would say nutty, is that the right? Yeah, we've had nutty experiences.
No, that's probably a relatively accurate English colloquial phrase. Yeah, it's fine.
We did some amazing stuff on that trip, and it was really I think we underestimate the importance of it.
Oh no, it's still unfolding. It will be for a while. I'm not underestimating it. I danced through it because I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna understand everything I'm doing right now, but I know the core of what I'm doing. I'm getting all the data I need, and it'll unfold as I need it to.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, layers are still unfolding all the time. Yeah, it's cool.
So, what was your favorite state?
Good question. Okay, what was the state we were in? Was it Kentucky? It was like, I think we said it was Kentucky Saving Grace or something, because I think it was where they were really, really nice and friendly, right?
That was Tennessee.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it was Tennessee. Yeah, because Kentucky wasn't so great. That's what it was.
Kentucky was not so great.
No, man. And that's fine. It's like, I don't know if you're from Kentucky, please don't take offense. And obviously we're aware this is our very limited experience with whoever we randomly, synchronistically interacted with still. And so we're making light of the fact that if the whole culture's like that, well, shit, like, I don't want to live here.
Yeah, we're just state generalizing.
Yeah, but in Tennessee, yeah, the nicest fucking people, man. Okay, so the Corona thing was going on. So everybody's asking us, like, so we had to check with people before we showed up, like, make sure it was okay. And because when it was really just starting the stay-at-home stuff everywhere. And it was like, we got out of New York the day before it locked down hard, which we've still been able to get out, I think. And then we finished our trip before I think they started, because we had Jersey plates on our fucking, like, Dodge Charger. I don't know what year it was, but it was new. And that shit, that governor's got to be 140, because I got up to 136 when you were sleeping.
Wow,
awesome, man. Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Well, I've said it once or twice, but yeah, that's why I throw it out there. I did, man. That was a great trip. Anyway, so we get to this hotel where we stayed, and the guy there's like, and he asked, he's just really chatty, really friendly, and so just making small talk about our trip, and he was actually telling me he was more on the conservative side of things, and the level-headed conservative side of things, so not the far extreme, but he's like, I don't really trust the government stuff they're showing us. And like, he wasn't out there. He's like, it was only a little bit, but I was like, all right, cool. It's nice to know the average person, in a sense, that's how he's thinking. Huh. it's interesting and whatever, because you could tell he's processing his own thoughts based on information that was coming out or different things, and having his own thoughts about it. So, but he was super nice, and he goes, and it was really late. I think it was like 2 a.m. and we asked for a later checkout time. And so when he did everything, he goes, okay, so here, I put you guys up on the 4th floor because there's no one up there. I put you guys on the back side, farthest away from the freeway where the trucks come by. Well, he had an accent too. I just can't remember right now. But like, yeah, and your checkout time, we added 2 hours to your checkout time. That's not a problem. Hope you have a wonderful time. Glad you're here. Like, but just like really genuinely friendly, went out of his way to do all this extra stuff, for no reason. Because other places, they're empty. We asked for a late checkout. Well, we can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Or we can, but like only like an hour. I'm like, okay. Is there any way we can get a later checkout? Just we don't have to worry about that shit. So we can leave when we want to, because me and Ange just disappear and do what we want to. T-shirt, where's Ange?
Oh, it's true.
So yeah. So I would say, yeah, Tennessee for sure, man.
Yeah, Tennessee. I did have a nice feeling about Maryland.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We weren't there very long.
No, it reminded me of England.
Oh, I could see. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, come on. That's the Babylonian archetype mirroring going on.
Yeah, totally.
Like, I'm
yeah.
used to these energies.
Yeah, I remember
That's
this
where,
home.
That's where, yeah, it's okay. Whoops, I should know my geography better. I'm too focused on aliens, I guess. Is Maryland, is DC inside of Maryland?
No, it's north. DC is north.
District of Columbia, but it's so.
Oh, actually, no, Maryland, Virginia. So Maryland to the east. Hold
okay,
on,
you figure it out. I'm literally gonna look on the. Yeah, I'm gonna look on the map on my wall.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Oh.
Okay, we've got New Jersey, okay, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey. Okay, so where was? Oh, DC. Okay, so after we left DC, we were in Maryland for a while, and then went through Delaware for a little bit, then New Jersey, and back up to New York. Okay, so we were in Maryland for a while. I didn't really actually particularly notice anything in Maryland. What did you notice there?
I noticed the colors of the hills. They were kind of like a burgundy brown, ombre with green, with just really stunning colors. When we came from Jersey into Maryland, is that right? Yeah, it was just. I just remember it really felt like England. Really did. It really reminded me of home. Yeah, Delaware. Not anyway, Delaware. Yeah. So, but mostly Tennessee, definitely Smoky Mountains, and definitely Serpent Mound, Ohio.
Yeah. How was that for you? Because that was your second time there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It was good. I mean, there wasn't anybody around. That was really good. I did look back at some of the photographs and videos that I shot out there. I recorded the prayers, which was great. And it felt like this huge completion of a cycle, but also the beginning of another one.
And what does that new one look like?
So the new one, it's not actually formed yet, although the energetic pathway has been initiated. It hasn't fully unfolded to what it is going to be, from what I can gather. As he was saying, we don't have the full picture.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, I will big up Seattle though on this trip, because it's quite a long trip for me. It was about 6 months.
Cool.
But I am bigging it up.
When is this? You say you're coming to Seattle?
No, I'm bigging it up. Big it up.
What's that mean?
Yeah, you big it up is make it big, make it fabulous, say lots of good things about it.
Oh, wow. Yep.
Yeah, bigging it up. Big it up. It's a London thing, I think.
All right.
Yeah, Seattle's a very special place.
What was your experience with Seattle? tuning into it again from, I know we talked about it once or twice, but yeah, even just
from flying in, I was very impressed. Water, mountain, open expanse, just clarity. There didn't seem to be any overwhelming issues with crime, maybe because I just wasn't focused there. But it was, I said I was looking again at my video. It looks like it's not America, it's not Canada, it's its own separate galactic entity spaceship.
Yep, that's a good way to describe it. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, no doubt, man. All the technology going on over here.
Yeah, that is an interdimensional portal, transport portal for other world technologies and so on. Really interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't expect it to be like that at all.
Well, it's funny because we've talked about it and everything, and I've been here a while, and like, I haven't even thought to tune into them in the way that you said it. Like, it brought a certain thing to my awareness. I'm like, oh shit, all right, gonna be tuning into that. I've tuned in a lot.
Yeah, really, really beautiful.
So here's an interesting thing. So I've gridded a lot of Seattle. Like, I've made a bunch of orgonite and plasterite and stuff on my own. Did all my own little dozens of little. Well, really, if you really want to quantify, like trillions, but like all my own little 3D alchemical processes to add my own energy and things to them, and grab some salt water from the bay. And there's just a lot of things I did to help just bring coherence and all that shit. So put a lot of my intention into it. Really, if it's to me the plasterite stuff, there is a technology to it, like measurable, actual technology, the way it harnesses energy and the way it does things. But you're also concreting or hardening your intentions into that mix. The more time and energy you put into it, the more of yourself and your intentions you're putting into it. So that's why even cooking food is one of the most powerful regular alchemical processes we can ever do, because it's not just a physical thing we're digesting. There's a direct metaphor of that also digesting into our being, depending on the energy put into it and the way we receive it. That's why praying before a meal or resting before a meal, being able to just do deep diaphragmatic breaths, stimulating your parasympathetic nervous system, releasing pressure off your vagus nerve, allows you to go into rest and digest mode so that you can actually eat and process and receive your food. So, let me try. I was trying to find my thought and I can't get off this whale poster.
Sorry, I got just distracted in the middle of that thought by Dreamworld action.
Talk about it.
So, because I'm hyper intuitive and I can tune in through certain layers in the dream world, in Earth streaming mind, in Earth as a galactic entity connected to Facey daughter, which is me. Basically, I felt an exquisite feeling. And it is a feeling that just tunes in to this wellspring, this internal dynamic of absolute, complete, not complete, infinite, unconditional love. And I am able to intuit who, what, where, and how. So I was just intuiting who, what, where, how, basically. So that's how I got distracted.
So was that, would you consider that like a deja vu moment?
No, I would consider that as an unconscious sleep. But I mean, bearing in mind that there is no difference and I've really had to fight this one, my own internal conflict. Is the dream world real or is it false? Well,
Why is that such a conflict for you?
because lots of things happen in the dream worlds. Okay, a lot of things happen, a lot of very nice things and a lot of not so very nice things. So, what was the question again? Sorry, I was just lost. I lost myself for a moment there.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I kind of did too. I was going. I like released the baton to you, and I was just listening. Let me think. I set you a sail, and then you're like, "Wait, I don't have any oars." I'm like, "Oh shit, I don't either." Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. What?
Hold on. Here, catch this rope. Okay.
Yeah. The distinction between real and
Yeah. Why is it? Why is it for you personally? Because like, just because everybody experiences this differently, so that is not as much of a struggle for me. I feel like so our different upbringings or experiences would make sense. So why for you personally is that such a struggle?
I suppose it goes with the reason for it is because behavior in one realm is very different in the 3D physical realm is very different to dream world, dependent on how much the individual is connected to their dream worlds. But for me, coming back to that, it is, the conflict came from me and my own internal challenging. Is that real? What I'm seeing is real. Has that become manifest? Is that manifest? Did that even happen? Could it all be put down to be a figment of my imagination that never even existed? And then you get up and you're in where you live, and it's just there are two huge disparities going on. So it was when I realized that they were both interconnected as the same process.
Yeah.
Was when I really, and I really have, this has been something that has plagued me over the years. It's like, right, is that even real? But then I've come to the point where I've just surrendered and accepted it. Took too much energy to work it out all the time.
What have you accepted specifically?
I think it was complete acceptance as being a multidimensional, multiphotonic being of light operating on thousands of different worlds simultaneously. And I had to trust myself. So I had to trust my knowingness above all else, despite whatever carnage was going on around me, what messes, other things that I created, other things that were created and I was drawn into. Coming back to that trust. Trusting my heart and soul above everything else.
So it sounds like, and I know we've had conversations too, part of the difficulty or the dissonance, the struggle with it, whether it's real or not, is there's so much reality that you experience on so many other levels, yet sometimes in 3D it doesn't manifest that way. And how can it be true if the templates, the etherical other bodies that are connected to a 3D body or person or being or a manifestation isn't manifesting? It's very, very disheartening. And when we're disheartened, it makes the soul sick.
Yes, I do.
And so I think what we're all looking for is coherence and unity in self, so that all of our light bodies are also doing what our 3D body is doing, at least in heart and spirit, and some level of awareness. That we know when our emotions, our energy is hurting somewhere else, because we're aware of the parts of us that may be bitter at someone, and we're just letting that energy run at them, and we just turn our back on it because we don't even want to deal with ourselves, or that we feel like they deserve it.
Yeah,
it's understandable. But if we want coherence in others, This is true for all of us. It's like this is just part of the game, the constant daily awareness game. Put this algorithm in and keep doing what you're doing. But like any part in me that is not in coherence with what I feel my true heart is, or my integrity, or across dimensions, then I want that in my awareness. I want to be, if it's of me, I'm responsible for it. Therefore, let's bring it into my awareness, into the light, like the Bible says, but into your awareness by choice, not by choosing not to look at it, right? We call those things forward in ourselves. Darkness that still resides in me that I have yet been unwilling to look at, you would come forward into my awareness and unfold in front of me in the days ahead in the way that I can process and handle that. And then trust that that'll happen. But I think that's the choice, where we unlock our own psyche, or we give access to our soul, to this vessel, to this ego, or a shadow even, calling the darkness forward. And also going into the darkness. I think one of the beautiful metaphors for helping people, psychologists or doctors or really anybody, but especially psychologists, I imagine on some level, but just being present with the person. Instead of being on the dock, trying to teach them how to swim when they're drowning. And sometimes there's different tools for everybody, for sure. But sometimes you try the tools. They're not grabbing the thing. They're not grabbing the rope. They're not listening to your instructions. And when someone's thrashing in the water, you cannot come in and save them. They will drown the person saving them. But you can sure as fuck jump in the water and swim next to them, man. Get in there and experience what they're experiencing.
Yeah.
Be present with them, what they're going through.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that before.
How so?
Somebody, I swam out to save someone. They ended up pulling me under, panicking and freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
And they were quite happy to push me under, and I was related to them as well. Sorry to interrupt your story.
No, it's not your fault. It's the Anunnaki tweaking the adrenals. It's not your fault. They're in full fight or flight mode. Yeah, you bet they're happy to push you under. They were going to survive. That's all it was. Ego 100%. Shadow nervous system, whatever, man. That's why it's like that. Yeah, totally. That's not. I don't think it's a soul level choice. It's like you're in survival mode. Quite literally, your nervous system is your avatar is surviving. Like it cuts out the soul in some levels. Says, nope, fuck you. We're surviving. Unless you can find ways to be present in those moments. And when you're in moments that seem terrifying or drowning, you can find your own presence. And then you can find presence in it, even if you end up dying peacefully or whatever. But you can find presence in those places, because you can't actually be saved or rescued in that sense. We're not trying to have someone save us, but our own soul can't find the parts of us that are still thrashing or refusing to be looked at or held or addressed.
Yes, that's very interesting, actually, because the next part of the story is that the person who couldn't swim came out and saved us both.
Epigenetic expression, man. To put him in a situation where he had to act, right? And then his DNA goes, come on, man. How many lifetimes we learned how to swim? You're fine. Do it. You got to help him.
Yeah. But she was old. Then, with the same family member that tried to push me under, also tried to do the same again some 25 years later. And as a result, I had to disconnect them from my lineage experience.
Wow. Interesting.
Oh, fascinating. Oh, but it was quite funny how things happen.
It is quite funny how things happen.
It is.
It makes life worth living for when things are funny.
Yeah.
Fun.
Joy.
Yeah. Novelty. But novelty within frameworks, in a sense. I mean, there's complete novelty, which is awesome. Then there's novelty within old frameworks. Every day, sometimes we have routines or things that we do during a day. So how do you find ways to make those things novel? I constantly change my dreaming space in some way, shape, or form that makes me like super joyful and happy to go to bed. That's how I go to sleep, like pretty much all the time. Even when I'm laying down, take a nap with my borderline narcolepsy disorder and going into Delta in 2.5 minutes, still when I'm, no matter how tired I am or whatever, if I pull over, take a nap, like before I actually put my head down, I'm just like, ooh, like, yeah.
Yes, I know that feeling. It's a good feeling. I couldn't sleep last night. The energies are particularly high these last couple of nights. So as soon as there's a high frequency around, I'm just like,
Yeah, and we could go on that, but let's draw in Nina. Nina, this is first time her ever typing anything on here, so awesome, I think, unless I missed something. But so she says, whenever I have deja vu, I've definitely dreamed it first. What is your, how would you experience or articulate what deja vu has been in your experience and in your understanding?
Okay, so before the Matrix, right? My understanding of deja vu was something that I'd seen before. So I would get deja vu points often at key times in my life, but I always knew I was on the right track as soon as I'd had the deja vu. So I was like, oh, great. I've just had that vision. That's fine. I'm on the right track. I'll just keep going in the way that I'm meant to keep going. Dreaming about deja vu before, I haven't had that, although I do have precognitive dreams and have had precognitive dreams. But usually deja vu, to me, in my experiences, is definitely about being on path and recognizing the journey, the contracts, and the way that the life script has been laid out.
So point of awareness and acknowledgement. And it's interesting, because so to me, so I guess to define deja vu without like looking it up, but experientially, I guess I think that we're all talking about to some degree, is when you find those moments at any given fucking point in the day, on any given fucking day of the week, some random time, when it's just that interdimensional moment, not just the Matrix, you see a cat walk by again, that's like internal, like your whole being knows there's something about this moment in space time I've done before, lived before, felt before, I don't know, something's overlapping, so, you know, like very deeply interdimensional moment, which is interesting because I think that's common to the human experience, whereas, you know, astral projecting and things isn't so much. That's either some people are born that way, like this Mrs. Angela Miller and probably half the callers, just about, but other people have to work for it or whatever, work into that, or tune into that, or learn to focus in and do their thing. But with deja vu, everyone experiences deja vu. So that, and everyone has their own over time, the more they think about it, right? And they think about like their own theories through their own experience. That's really cool because people, they know what someone's talking about, but most people have, I can't say everyone, but like it seems most people have experienced that. So in that moment of interdimensional, like, okay, something's going on. I've learned to call it deja vu. I've learned that when this happens, there's something here that's magical, but magic just means I haven't figured it out yet. So like in this moment, how quickly can I bring my awareness or my own internal resonance to the right resonance with this moment to be aware of whatever I need to be aware of in this moment, to make whatever decisions I need to make in this moment. And I think, like, and this ties into Nina's question too. So if we're also operating outside of this dimension on multiple dimensions, creating algorithms for creating the templates that we're going to walk into. So I know, you know, I talked about Zach, like as the shows roll forward, I start to get images of 3 to 5 shows ahead, like what they're going to be like. And then as we roll into them in the show, it's just, I knew that was coming, but that wasn't deja vu. That was like creating timelines in a sense that we're walking into in 3D. And so those timelines are not always created by our attention, our focus of awareness. So what our higher selves, if you will put their attention and focus and awareness on. That's why it matters what we put our attention and focus and awareness on. And they begin to build timelines out to accomplish those things. And just the subconscious and unconscious, now all that works even in the nervous system. So if there are moments where on certain timelines that were going to happen for one reason or another, where we got taken out, murdered, killed, died suddenly, got hit by a car, whatever, just some random thing, that I think there's times where in that moment you're able to put in this like glitch in the matrix, some little time realm reset, so that timeline fulfills but without you dying, right? And then you move back into that space time. So something like that, and or there's a lot of, it's just interesting to think about these dynamics. Or like you said, it's points of awareness where there's a massive software update or awareness update. So being present, what are my current interdimensional status updates, like everywhere going on here, and then seeing if something needs to be tuned or resigned into because there's something big coming in from the other side and it hits our vessel in a way that disrupts space-time and our perception.
Well put.
Oh, thanks.
Very
I was
well
all
put.
totally just trying to think about it in the moment.
Yeah, beautiful. You hit the nail on the head.
Well, at least for a way to express a way to think about it. Who knows if that's real or not, but it sure was fun to like even explore those thought processes because, yeah, it's interesting.
Well, you just consolidated it into one explanatory piece. It's great.
Cool.
Just said it all, really. You should work in
Interesting.
advertising.
It's not about selling the product. It's about selling
I
yourself.
know. We've moved on. We've moved on. Wrong era.
That's right. No, that's same thing. Yeah, marketing is what just being yourself, man. Depends on the dynamic. Okay, so these are. Oh, I guess I can put them on the big screen. We're in Washington State. All this stuff is totally legal, by the way. These are Saints. This is the fancy way that they sell joints here at times.
Wow.
And all the
another reason why I like Seattle.
Yeah, multi-string collection. Let's go there.
Could you possibly excuse me for a moment? Is that okay?
I can.
Okay, great.
Actually, you know what, Ange? We're at 3 hours and 50. Are you going to come back? If you're going to come back, let's chat. I'm down to chat.
I will. I was just going to make a drink and come back.
Do it
Is
then.
that okay?
All right, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, do your thing, and then
I'll be back. Utilize me while I'm awake.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm not going anywhere until you're done.
Okay.
All right, let's see in a minute.
Said.
All right, and just come back. In the meantime, wait, why is the fire on my face? Well, I guess I got to be over here. Okay, so Nina says it doesn't feel like precognition. They'll just seem like random, unrelated moments. Yeah. I think that's kind of what I said too, right? Yeah. I agree. Does anybody else have any interesting thoughts on deja vu or any other things? Let's see. Well, Angela's gone and she's coming back. Let me think what stories I can tell about Angela. Okay, let me tell you the Where's Ange story. So we went, Nate and I, and some of you probably know Nate. He's in the Fearless group too, and he works with me as my coworker, and we have a blast together. Anyway, when Angela was here, we met at a place near Nate's house. Not really relevant right now, but we all met there and we were hanging out and talking. Excuse me, like having some coffee and talking. And at one point, Ange got up to leave. Assumed she's just going to the bathroom. She's an adult. People can get up from the table, like whatever, right? 20 minutes goes by and it's like, where's Ange? And we spent, I don't know, probably 40 minutes. Well, we probably looked around we looked through the whole complex. Because Nate's like, oh, well, I think she said she was going here. So we went to that store. Went through the whole store. No Angela. And he's like, well, I think she said she had to do this too or something. So like, okay, well, I'll go to that one. You stay here. Like, and then we walked around the place and it's like, okay, she's an adult. It's fine. She knows where the car is at. Let's just go back to the truck. And so when she eventually came back, she didn't have a phone. She was just in the States and hadn't gotten a phone here yet. And when she finally came back, we told her, when we retold the story in the same way that it was like just funny, like where'd Ange go? And she was laughing because she said that her friends back home, I don't know if they joke about it or made t-shirts that said, where's Ange? Because apparently that's what Angela does. And I totally get it. Oh, let's see. Oh, all right. I was making sure I can see when Angela comes back. Oh, I gotta sit over here because the fire. So, does anyone have any thoughts or comments at this point? Although I guess I could take a break. We're trying to fit that into this live feed where we don't have to just be on all the time. So if I could take a break, you guys watch the fire. And then when Angela comes back, I'll come back. Yeah, I'll give her a break. Let's do that. And if I had music, I'd play it. But that's on Zach's computer for the count tonight. It's been just a lot of energy, a lot going on. And I'm sure I'm going to have nights where I'm like, yeah, I can't do this, man. I'm out. So, all right. We will be back shortly.
Hello. Are you there, dear?
All right, I'm back. I was chilling out on the
Were you
this one. I think I
sleeping?
brought
Oh,
I think I brought this on our trip actually. Yeah, I use this all the time. Just even
what
taking
is
a
it? The
little,
still
little
point.
break, being able to lay down it. Yeah, for the back of my head, the cranial sutures.
Right. Lovely.
Yeah,
Still points,
it's
whatever
like
it is.
similar. Yeah, still point device. It's
That's it.
it's I can use it different ways, but dude, check this out. So when we left, right, like, okay, we've never taken a break live on air. Granted, we're 3.5 hours in, and so people are here. It's kind of cool because the conversation continues to loosen up. Whoever's here is supposed to be here. Even in the future, who the heck is going to make it this long, man? Who's going to listen to all this? The right people, whoever that is.
Committed people, very committed.
Apparently, or people like really have it out for us, and they're like, I got to find some material and cut it together. Those videos are the best, man. I love it when people do that shit. It's so funny.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah, I think through everything, and then when
I know
something
you
comes to my awareness, I integrate and rethink it as if I had thought it through. Like put it through all the other algorithms. Yeah, but it's funny because then like you have to pre-think ahead of time too. What would you do in that situation? And it's like, well, okay, how could it be cut up? And I don't know, what would the agenda be? I guess it could only be cut up in ways to Christians to really smear me, right? Some like new age deceiver. Like if some Christian really had it out for me that I used to know or something, right? I could definitely see them do that.
Christians that have it in for you. Wow.
Yeah, I guess. And even
How
then it's like
Christian.
I know. So I don't know. It's like, okay, but even then, I bet what they would make would be fascinating to me. Why did they choose those things? And like, how did I say them? Because I'd probably still think it was awesome, like an awesome video, So it's just like, what is there to smear, man? It's hard to be smeared when your life's an open book. I think that's why Jordan Peterson has done so well. Like when they soundbite stuff, everything he does, those lectures and stuff. I mean, they're live on, or they're not live. He does events and stuff, but all his materials are full online. He's done like at least five full-length interviews with Joe Rogan, like 3-hour plus interviews.
Wow.
Yeah, he's an amazing human being. I love the way he processes and articulates out loud as he's processing. Yeah. Anyway, so well, we took a break. Back to that. So Munch said I needed to smoke a bowl anyways. Awesome. And then let's see, Nate said smoke break. I'll join you.
Is that Nate?
No, it's a different Nathan.
Oh,
he's actually
part of Nate.
He's part of the Seven Tribe. Seven Bomar.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's see, he said sounds good. Munch said sounds good. I'll pack the first bowl. Right on, man. I'm out now, but some of the cigarettes I was smoking tonight weren't cigarettes. They were really fancy packed joints with the equal burn paper and all this other stuff. It was a different kind of joint, but
speaking of a luxury that Britain can't afford.
Dude, it's now just like so abundant. It's an impulse buy. It's like, oh yeah, I'll throw one of those in. Like that's an option. Yeah. Nathan said, yeah, it's 4:22 or it's 4:20 here. LOL. Right on.
And I'm looking at one clock in EST and the other in British summertime, and there's this huge disparity going on.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave that comment up. Let that be the background in our conversation here. Feels like trail blazing through the innerverse. Fuck yeah.
University. Is that something that Seven does? University?
It
University?
Sure is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. He's got 2 semesters, I think, full ones of. They're excellent, incredibly comprehensive, and certainly worth the price. It's like all the best of 7 on a focused subject, but in actual condensed form for each one. So they're very, very well done.
Yeah. I would only imagine that.
No kidding, huh? 7's such an incredible being, man. Look what he's done for you. He's done that whole thing. Feels like trailblazing through the Interverse the last 10 years here.
Exactly. And I remember hearing one of his very early interviews, and I've got to say I was impressed. We were talking earlier on about pace, rhythm, explanation.
Yeah.
Right. I'm thinking, bloody hell! I've had to work really hard to even get anywhere near that point.
Yeah, no, it's just rolling off his tongue.
Fabulous stuff. I was really blown away actually at the time.
Yeah, it's funny. The first time I heard Seven, it's funny because I listened to so much material for so long. A lot of times when I remember where I heard something or whatever, immediately comes back to me the physical environment I was in. So I remember which boiler room I was in when I first heard Seven, right? And I was working on the boiler and listening to material, and it was one of the few times that my mind was tingling the whole time because I was trying to keep up, but I was keeping up just fine. But I've never heard someone put it in these words, and I am keeping up, and it's fascinating. And the language he's using is just like, yep, making sense, yep, and like, whoa, holy shit, yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
really wonderful work. Well, I wish you all the very best with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure all those that are involved with it will be just off the charts.
Well, and shameless plug here, I'm part of the affiliate program because I use the actual products myself for secretenergy.com, which we're working on getting the affiliate link below, which is the same price. You guys pay the same price. It's just because you do it through the link, then we get a percentage of that, which would be super helpful because this is something we're looking to do full time, and so I can ease out of my job here in a way that honors my boss, who's also my stepdad, and we're doing this full time. So, but yeah, and that's what I do. You're actually getting products for yourself. It's not just a donation or whatever, or having to support us or any of that stuff. Like, it's being able to get products like I get all the time. They have tons of colloids and cell salts. They have really great selection of all that stuff. They have a whole bunch of energetic tools and frequencies and materials, and there's just I've spent a lot of money there over the years. Yeah, it's just a really good hub for all that stuff.
Well, I look forward to seeing a full, comprehensive product list on your Expanded Understanding website to be.
Yeah, that's got to come around at some point too. We got the Facebook page going though. That's cool.
Yeah.
That was all Zach, man. Zach was on top of that stuff. Zach's been on top of a lot of the different social media dynamics, just getting it up and running and doing the design. They said before, but Zach does the design for all the stuff on the show. He did that all in Photoshop, except we had our own logos, but like he's done everything else. It's been awesome.
Beautiful. You need those skill sets actually to move a concept forward visually. You really do.
Yeah.
And then there might be a whole load of young people saying, "Oh, well, we know how to do that stuff naturally anyway." But older people don't.
Dude, it's taken to some level. It's natural for sure, right? But then it still takes some work. Like I made sure when I came across technology, I tuned into it. To stay up to it in the ways I understood the base framework, so it's fluidic and not something that's like weighing me down. And I think me and Zach balance each other really well because he's been doing the social media dynamic for like a year and a half with ISN. And then Photoshop and all those other, and a lot more than that. But he's just been fully in that. And so, yeah, we're driving together pretty well, doing this jazz.
Yeah. Great vehicle, darling. Great vehicle.
Yeah, thanks.
Yesterday I read an article about the Mayan calendar, and that yesterday marked the end of a specific phase in their system. Yeah.
Because all the energy and anxiety. Go ahead, find it.
I will do. I'm just going to grab my glass. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think you can even actually. One quick question: am I coming through your speakers also? Because I feel like there's an echo.
No, you're just in my headphones.
Huh. Oh. There's an echo. Echo.
How is that? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
No, now I'm definitely echoing.
No echo?
Oh, wait, no echo. Yep, there you go. What was the speakers? Volume up?
No, it's just my headphones have taken a hammering. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. So
I'm just going to grab the specs so I can read this because it's really beautiful. Yeah, go on.
We can pull it up on the screen too. So I think from your backstage, you should be able to have a screen share option. On your little buttons on the bottom row.
Right, let me find this thing.
Yeah, and then just pull it up in a tab, and you can screen share a specific tab.
gosh, what do I even do with that?
So you're looking up that article. Angela and then Frank was talking about too. We're going through some really intense anxiety and energies last week or so, having a hard time sleeping. Obviously, you've been up all night.
And I cried my eyes out this afternoon.
Oh,
Yeah, it's okay. It's just massive clearing going on.
yeah. What was it? Where do you feel like you were clearing when you were crying?
That's personal, dear. That's personal.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah,
That. Hold on, let me get my glasses.
yeah. It's all good. Transmute that energy, interdimensional water in them tears.
Okay, so meet Jose. Oh God, forgotten all about these. Okay, so this is a post by Jose Federico Munoz. Now
Wait, hold on. Can you screen
Yeah.
share it on your?
I can, I think.
And then choose you say share tab or share window.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, let me find it real quick. Oh, it's not up there. Wait, hold on. No, I don't see your. Have you shared it yet?
No, it's telling me that it wants to share contents of the screen. Choose what I'd like to share. Well,
Yeah, share window.
Yeah, the entire screen or application window.
Application window. So to pull up the article.
Okay, hold on. No, StreamYard. It's brought up different apps. Hold on, Chrome tab. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Have you got that?
I do.
Okay, so this guy does everyday prayers.
Mm-hmm.
So 20th of the 6th. I don't know about the dates that they put there. 2020. I think it means 20th. I don't know. Anyway, it is as you see it. The global crisis test has ended. With this sacred Mayan fire ceremony, we call upon Nawal Kinchakan, the serpent. We call upon the power of unity and connectivity. Today we remember we are all one. We remember we are connected to each other, and together we re-establish unity, balance, joy, peace, love, and harmony. We also call Nawal Ka'at within us, the dream weavers of our realities. We also call upon Ak-Abai, the owl within us all. We remember we have the vision of the night owl and its ability to see through the darkness. We call upon our ability to discern through darkness and the ability to pick our visions and dreams from what only serves us the highest good. Let's shapeshift into the smiling owls of this multiverse and bring light everywhere. We also call on the Wah-Yahi-Kid Ik, our eternally healing winds. The sacred air, healing air we breathe, emocks the primordial knowledge, primordial healing powers of the waters. We call upon all sacred waters memories to heal and love each other. The certain limitless healing powers of our internal waters running through our bodies. We call upon Ajpu, the master adapters of the multiverse. Kawok, the sacred, gentle, intentional medicine in our waters, in our storm's regenerative powers. And as this storm has passed, we are grateful for the lessons of unity learned. We call upon Tiyaks, the sacred medicines. We call upon the powers and the virtues of all medicine wisdom keepers. We call the medicine keeper within us and heal all that is. We also cut that which no longer serves us and humanity's highest good. Noj Kaban, our hearts, our thoughts. So we think of the best of everyone and everything, and especially we think of the best of ourselves. We remember all our sacred prayers. We call upon all condors and their visions so. We will change the future with balance, unity, peace, love, joy, and harmony. We call upon the the eagles. We call upon all bird tribes. We shapeshift into the eagle vision powers. Today we see everything from the top. We shed all our fathers. We receive new feathers. We fly together. We call upon Ix, the jaguar. We call upon the magics from within us and remember we are here to protect Mother Earth, protect our elders and our children. Today we remember, we see through the darkness and the smoke screen anytime. We call upon our sacred authority, our sacred autonomy, our galactic right to be amazing. We call the creatress and creator within us to create an amazing future. We call the 13 healing powers of the sacred fire within healing powers of earth, the healing powers of the ether. We call upon the 13 powers of the sacred waters. Today, powers of the sacred air as we breathe and remember how to manifest unconditional love, happiness, health, mental and physical and spiritual health. We call upon the 13 healing powers of the sacred air we breathe. Let's co-create our amazing eternal present. Gosh.
Yeah.
How on point are we?
Beautiful.
We are on point. That's lovely.
Yeah. Very well done. What a cool thing too to just like flow into. It's like, oh, it's like an earthquake update. Like, nope, way more than that. That's an interdimensional earthquake just released there.
That's the one.
Wow, beautiful. I love the that's why I love all the different traditions, the ancient texts, the ancient tribes, the cultures, because they all have their own expressions to do what we just did earlier. Yeah, I guess earlier in this show, almost 4 hours. But just being able to express energy and bring the frequencies into the earth in your own unique way.
I mean, the Maya are a time traveling culture, so
Tell me about it.
they do really get it. Yeah, you know.
What do you mean by them being a time traveling culture?
Well,
what's your experiences with that?
It's more of the time coding that I'm really referring to. They have a unique perception of time, and their maps and illustrations and wheels and the star maps that they produced and their drawings and their etchings just reflect the universe in quite a beautiful spirit. But what I did notice when I was in Mexico is that one of the temples only held the story of the 4 previous teacher worlds. It didn't have number 5, which I thought was fascinating.
Do the other ones usually do? Sounds like.
I don't know. I don't know that for sure. But what I do know is that it just speaks of the time is now to be created. So all those 4 previous worlds had records. The deeds were drawn on stones and art was created. But anyway, back to the Mayans. They just knew how to do all that stuff. I think there was a slight issue with cannibalism or something like that.
Yeah, that'll really send a culture down the wrong path, man. Then it ends up with like fucking Cthulhu manifesting and shit. Big problems. That's actually something. Ugh, gross.
What was that? What happened?
Oh, I think that was salt from my pocket. All right, in my vape.
Oh my goodness!
It's a circular one. I literally got, I think, some Himalayan salt crystals in there.
And
there's in my pocket because I have salt like for different reasons all the time. I went sucked into my mouth. I was like, oh.
Oh, nice. But not expected.
No, it's just like really salty. Like, did that oil come through or something? And no, it's the salt and actual salt.
Yeah.
All right. No, I totally lost what I was saying.
Can we do a douse? Let's do dousing.
All right. What do you want to douse?
You ask the question.
Here's one that comes to my mind. Ooh, will 7 Bomar see this broadcast?
Well, wow, I've got a yes.
Cool. Hold
Look at
on,
that.
hold on. Let's refine it. Let's refine it.
Look at
Hold
that.
on.
Woo!
Yeah. Refine it though. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Will he see the whole thing from start to finish?
Sham at the end.
Yeah. Do it.
I'm joking. Will he see the whole broadcast? Abe's. It's doing Abe's.
What's Abe's? No or yes?
No.
True, fair enough, man. That's probably true. I'm sure. Dude, I've already people have already said like, "Oh, I'm trying to catch up with your broadcast." I'm like, please do not feel any pressure. Like, no, we're learning this is like 4-hour night apparently ish thing. No, we don't expect anyone to keep up with this at all. Whatever you tune into. Fine.
Take what you will.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you've produced it very well and with such enthusiasm. It's really great.
Thanks. Yeah, it's nice. I'm really great that you're able to be on here for like 3+ hours. Like this is great. This will be a whole segment thing. We'll have to do. You'll just chime in every time you can't sleep. You just like, all right, I can't sleep. Want to chat? Yep, we do.
Oh, it's so funny though, because it really, maybe you're just putting out those positive timelines of keeping people awake.
Yeah, hey, maybe. That's interesting. So in the church, there's a place in Missouri, IHOP, not the Pancake House, but it's for International House of Prayer, and they started in the earth doing 24/7 praise and worship and prophetic worship, like spirit-led worship, but worship actually to Yahweh, like worship to the Lord, 24/7. Now it's based off the Temple of David, or the what it would have been, what David would have wanted to do, or I think he did do. It was David when he became king. He was the first archetype of Christ and the first archetype of self, if you want to put that in that paradigm, because David was both a priest and a king. He was able to hold both roles, whereas usually the king was the king, the priest was the priest. And David saw the priest do things for him at certain times, but David was the only one who was able to actually sit in the temple of the Lord, where usually that was only a priest who could do that, or some other dynamics. But what he did is he took it from being just ritual and incense and ceremony and whatever to adding the template that he saw in heaven. That there are 24 elders that sit around the throne, and there's angels, the 4 angels around the throne. Was it Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, I believe, and there were those singing praises and worship 24/7 in heaven, which is interesting. So the praise or the vocal intonation with the intention of connecting to an external entity, literally sustaining it throughout space and time. So when we stop singing to beings outside of ourselves and find ways to internalize that in, they literally fade from consciousness and existence because they're not keeping up that intonation in the earth. And I had to learn to turn those praises and things inward. And I was concerned because I found incredible peace and wholeness and joy and all those things inside myself in worship, in giving all of up my ego, in a sense, not like becoming a robot, but the things that my ego was resisting that were for my highest good, really, and finding those places in music and song and worship, and probably what people experience different. I mean, like the coherence in a lot of ways. I mean, lots of healing of trauma. I was in a choir, in a contemporary choir, Christian choir in college, that saved my life. It was during the time I was going through the molestation, and being a part of that that group. I mean, we would do, and that's where I learned to do even some of the stuff I did tonight, the storytelling type stuff, prophetic words for people where that there's something, they have a psychic reading, I guess, but a knowingness about something to communicate to them for their higher self. So we, at the end of these concerts, were contemporary concerts, which I would weep through most of them. I mean, I'm just connecting myself. I'm the energy and the frequencies, and like, so it was really, I think that triggered that in a lot of people. I had people tell me that a lot after the shows and whatnot, and we'd get to pray for people or talk to people. I mean, there was a time I was there praying for someone. He got up out of his wheelchair and walked. It was an older dude, and it wasn't like, oh, he jumped up and he's all healed like a movie. You know, for him in this situation, there are those. It's very real. It's just energy healing. And if you have that collective coherence, heart coherence in a room with the same focus and intention to call in the Holy Spirit, which is a real entity, but especially with the heart coherence of the people in the room, creates the space for coherence to happen, healings and all those things. That just makes sense. It's technology. It's not magic. Right? It's still beautiful and very cool. Look what happens when people come into heart coherence. Spontaneous healings, trauma healings, you know, cancer tumors dissolving, all this kind of stuff. Just stop giving credit to something that's outside of yourself. It's because we came together in coherent unity within ourselves and within a focus of putting our shit aside and coming together for our highest good and those around us in that moment. And so I was around a lot of that in church. And one of these times I was praying for somebody who wanted to get up out of his wheelchair. He's older. And he hadn't been out of his wheelchair in years. So I found out afterwards from his family that was crying, and I was just speaking things to him. And I remember, let's see, what at the time? Trying to remember. It was helping him to make the choice to do it himself, really. If I'm thinking about the energy of what I was trying to communicate to him, until he was convinced of himself that he could do it. Then he chose to stand up. So I didn't heal him. You know, and you can say it's psychology in one sense to an extent, but there's energy in the room to work with that it can be tuned into. There's a belief system there. The angels are here, and they are, and that these things are present. So when people feel that, their heart, their soul, their ego, their subconscious feels safe because they're in the symbol set of their upbringing or whatever that's bringing them some kind of wholeness or safety or resonance.
Yeah.
That's when they can do amazing things and release traumas or have a belief in himself because someone's standing in front of him telling him he can do it. And so he does, and I help him walk and help him take steps. And he walked, I don't know, 8 or 10 steps and sat down again. But, you know, that just never happened. So, like, was he healed forever? I don't know how much that really matters, man. I think in that moment, he found a level of exhilaration and joy and self-thinking, like, I can fucking walk. I can do it, you know? I think that's more, I mean, those internal places that people have, that's ultimately what matters. And so when we just give that energy away externally, we're literally dishonoring ourselves, the work we're doing internally.
Yeah, it's true. And you know, it reminds me of that very same description of the work that Joe Dispenza does.
Oh yeah.
It's very similar. It's that placebo belief engine.
Well, it's also the technology. I've paid for his full course material. Like, it was a lot, I think. And like, it was a lot of material too. It was like 43-hour videos or something. I don't know, it was a lot. I just plowed through at double speed, and honestly, it got to a point where I couldn't do it anymore. Once I found the thing I needed, which I won't share. It is proprietary and whatever, but it's like, because it was a gem inside of it, though. It's kind of like more details of what they're doing, the actual physiological dynamics of it, and the way they do it, and their specific method. So I won't explain that. Just honor the hard work that the guy's done. He literally manifested healing his own spine. I mean, his book is like, "You Are the Placebo." That whole dynamic is like one of my primary things. So anyway, I honor that man and that soul and that being for what he's done. So, but basically goes through methods to teach you in the moment, like a guided meditation, but physiologically. And we can talk in the I think the yogic tradition, I think the bindis and the different, the perineum, and also constricting your core. And there's techniques that he uses to literally get you to have an own Kundalini awakening, a heart coherence moment, all the science and all that stuff. And but what he says is what is it? I can't remember it, and I almost don't want to pull it up. It's like his introductory phrase or something he says over and over and over and over and over. And it's a good like NLP tool. It's good for, I think, people who are watching it. It helps really ingrain that in their brain, but my brain processes it a little faster, and he keeps saying it over and over and over, and it's like, all right, I can't do it. I got my gem out of this, and I'm good.
Yeah. For me, there was a whole concept there, you know. But anyway, do enjoy it, people. Really do.
Yeah, that's just, he's got really, really good stuff.
Wow, so we're coming up to 4 hours.
Yep, sure are.
That's actually nothing for us. You know that.
Yeah, for you and me. Yeah, no doubt. Once we get into a groove on a conversation, sometimes like we know we have a limited time. But once we get in a groove, like You know, I don't know, sometimes 20 minutes in, 30 minutes in, next thing you know, it's 4 hours, 5 hours. Like, shit.
What happened there?
Dude, those phone calls saved my life, though, Ange. I mean, a lot of ways, just didn't save my life, but like, I mean, it's overexpression, especially for what we're talking about. But like, just having, because we met in Barbados, and then after that, we just connected, and I think we talked probably. Well, then we were in the Fearless group together, and then interacting in social media. But then we had at least probably a phone call at least once a month for like 5 hours, 5 or 6 hours for months. And then ever since you came and visited me, yeah, we talk all the time. Like that. It just happens.
Do you know what was really good though? There was a time where there was no social media, and we used old school phone numbers. Wow, right?
Do you still have any phone numbers memorized? Or are they all cleared out of your cache?
Yeah. Oh, I've moved out of that era. I used
know, me
to
too.
completely everything.
Yep. I still know. I still know my mom's, my stepdad's.
Mm.
I'm trying to think.
I know.
Might be about it, and my own, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, phone calls though. I remember. Okay, so I'm trying to remember where it's interesting because there's like if you're born just 3, 4, or 5 years apart, you may not have the same experience at the same age set, right? So it'll be different. But I remember, for one, before there was call waiting, how amazing call waiting was.
I remember before call waiting.
Yeah, I remember it was like somebody called, but you'd never know because they got a busy tone and like it just sucks, and then you just never connect or whatever. So there's call waiting. Then there's voicemail. Then there was voicemail's first. I think that was much earlier, but like, then there was caller ID. Yeah. And *69, right? So you can.
I know that.
Yeah, man. And I think there's like other ones like *81 or something would like mask your number or turn your number private when you call somebody. So if they *69 you, it would say number has been blocked or number is private.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like even then you're finding ways to outwork the code and to get around the system and whatever.
Yes.
But yeah, I remember
141 and 1471
for phone numbers.
Yeah. So 141 was to hide your number, and 1471 was to see who called. I could never figure out why we didn't, because we don't use those star hash, but you call it pound sign. We don't really get into it. We're all about numbers, not, when you're looking at a dial pad, we're not thinking 1-800 me or whatever. We don't think like that. It's completely bonkers. We'll just do it numerically instead of with letters.
So 141, you said, right? 6. 1471 was the second one.
Yes.
So it's 13, which is 4. 6 and 4 is 10. Oh, it balances each other out, I guess. Masculine, feminine. I don't know. That makes sense.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Or back to 1, back to coherence. I don't know. Interesting to think about. So then the internet came in, and then when you're on the internet, people couldn't call at first. Because I don't know if it came before call waiting or what, but
knocked you off the internet.
I see. Yeah, that's right.
You had no internet. It just cut in, and then you lost your connection. And that was it.
Yeah, you can only do one or the other. And then I remember the family computer is a big deal. It was in the living room, right? The family computer. Not everybody had computers, right? It was a family computer. And then when the internet came in, it wasn't just like solitaire and just whatever on the computer. It was like instant messenger, dude. The first time probably, let me think, or one of the first times. There may be a handful around this time. My little avatar, Aaron, me, totally fell in love, right? And it was through instant messenger.
Messenger. Oh, that's old.
Hold on. AOL Instant Messenger. Let me be specific, because I think the more advanced people even then use like MSN Messenger, but my parents bought AOL, so Snowboard 16 has been, I think I still have that email account. I just don't use it. And
I see you.
So yeah, you just wait. All right. So it's SN0 W board 16, because of course normal snowboard was already taken, and I was 13 years old, and I'm like, all right, I'm probably gonna have this shit for a while. and I want to look a little older than I am, and I don't want to be younger. And 3 years is probably as far as I can conceive into the future at that point or something for being relevant to a screen name. So now I'm 34, it's Snowboard 16, right? But I don't use that. But I remember met this girl from, I don't know, some chat room, right? I don't know, some shit like that. That was all so fucking incredible back then. It was so exhilarating, right? And just fascinating to connect with people real time and about different subjects and shit, and like incredible, right? And then meeting a girl in some chat room about something, and she was, I don't know, I think was my same age, and she lived in Minnesota. I remember that. And I remember, oh my God, okay. So we, like, instant messaging, we had like scheduled time to be on at the same time, right? I'm just remembering that now. Because whatever her time is and my time, and it's both of us using kind of the family computer or something, so it's like we gotta have our time, and it's like, so you don't get so much time. I remember staying the night at a friend's house, and after you went to bed, I was up on Instant Messenger and talking to her, and she sent me her like volleyball picture, right? It was the first picture I'd seen of her, right? It was just like a school volleyball picture, right?
Sweet.
Yeah, it was cool, and I'm like totally in love. Just like, it's like the most exhilarating thing. Now I see her, and she's beautiful, and like, like super attractive to me or whatever, and like, it was great. And so I go to print it out, and so mind you, his dad's asleep, he's asleep. I'm the only one up, middle of the night. They again have a family computer in the living room, big family printer. Well, it turns out it's one of those old fucking like hardcore printers. Every line,
Matrix.
Every line. Dude, so I printed, and I'm like, and it started going. Like, there might have been a fucking earthquake going through the house. It was so loud. But I was desperate to get this thing printed. So I knew I could like pull the plug if I had to. Right? But I'm like, I went to the hallway to listen to see if anybody's waking up, see if they're wrestling. And this whole time I'm terrified. Like, Adrenal's going hardcore because I'm making a major risk. He comes out and sees me printing some picture of some girl off the internet, right? It's not even pornography, but just like the whole thing. I was totally terrified, but I wanted it so bad. And so I was waiting and listening, and they never woke up. So I got my picture printed. And then, I don't know, we broke up or something. It was some shit, broke my heart. I don't really remember.
So you sounded quite excited about that volleyball photograph.
Well, yeah, man, it was like the first time, like, just an experience, the whole dynamic, connecting with someone across the world, all this stuff. It's the middle of the night. I probably, I don't know when I'll have an opportunity to do this again. I don't know if my mom would be okay with printing a picture, and I have an opportunity to do it here at a neighbor's house or at a friend's house while everybody's asleep. Like, all these variables. I've never experienced like being in love with somebody across the internet before. And like, I was like, God, that's before my parents divorced. So 11, 12-ish, somewhere in there.
Wow.
So,
and now the teenagers are all online.
Yeah, since birth, pretty much.
Yeah.
Dude, falling in love with random. This is Nathan said, falling in love with random chat room girls, the golden days. Yeah, man, no doubt. Dude, it's not like today, right? So today, if like you start chatting with somebody on Messenger or something, they got a Facebook profile, so you can kind of get a feel for the stuff they like or they post or like what they're doing in their spare time. Like, there's a whole literal profile on the person that they put forward. Granted, it's what they want to show to the world, so you take that into your equation and whatever. You look into the things they write. Is it sincere? Is it a genuine thought? I mean, there's all these different things. You have all these ways to algorithmically and emotionally and whatever to assess an interaction digitally before you choose to engage, if you should so wish. Back in the day, in the golden days, dude, you had a screen name. And if that was creative or cool or like, magic kitty or like fucking, like white owl unicorn shit or something, just fucking whatever, some shit, or like, and then sexy babe, and that shit was like new, right? And like, whoa, how old are you? And what's that mean? Like pictures in your head. And I think the girl I was talking was like volleyball girl. I think she's like volleyball girl 16 too or something like that. We were 14. And it turned out we were both like 13 and lying about our ages or some shit. On our thing. That's like, oh, we fell in love because we were both doing something dissonant or whatever. But yeah, the random chat room girl. So you got a screen name, And then I think AOL started letting you do profiles. So if you were lucky, somebody had taken the time to do a profile because they weren't super popular. I think it took a while to catch on. Dude, I'm like, this is like the Facebook. This is Facebook beta or whatever the fucking first program is that comes out. Dude, totally. And then there was also hotornot.com, which I imagine is still around or turned into some app. But are you familiar with that?
No.
So, so he said too, it was based entirely on imagination, no doubt, man. That's why when I printed that girl's picture out and she was attractive to me, like naturally, I wasn't like I was like, oh, awesome. Like I love her soul and I'm just naturally attracted to her. Awesome.
Wow, I haven't lived. I wonder how old you are, Nathan Weir.
Tell us how old you are. I'm 34, born April 11th, 1986, right after, I think it was the Mayan 8th pre-wave or Mayan pre-wave, one of them. But that's where the majority, I must have turned over to a majority or shifted in an energetic way, but more people are being born with their left and right hemisphere acted simultaneously, which put me apparently in 1 to 12% of the population. I found out later through a 500 plus questionnaire psychological study thing that I use my left and right brain, have my whole life simultaneously. So that whole childlike thing, I don't know, masculine, feminine, emotional, whatever, that usually has been a problem for me at an innate level. I've had plenty of traumas that have shut a lot of that shit down, but
reopened.
Yeah, no
reopened for business.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so that whole experience, I kind of missed that experience. I started out life with Commodore, and they didn't have such things as internet.
Wait, Commodore, is that like Atari?
Yeah. Commodore. Yeah, it was more of a keyboard-based hard drive thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was the Spectrum. I loved my Spectrum. And I didn't really sort of get into all that. I think I probably just sort of missed it, really, where people were still required to interact with each other. But that does reflect my age. I was born in 74, so
74, yes. So yeah, 12 years. Interesting. Yeah. And 12 yeah, it's a lot of things with 12.
Yeah.
It's 3 and all that shit. Yeah, that's okay, so let me tell you about hotornot.com.
Yeah, dude. Fascinating. Hot or not.
Wait, hold on. Nathan says I turned 25 on the 1st of June, living on the sunny east coast of Australia. Wow, right on, man.
Yeah.
Like and he's part of 7 Tribe, right? That's South America. I think that's what Costa Rica is, the west coast of South America, right?
East coast of Australia, right?
Yeah, but is Costa Rica the west coast of South America?
It's West and East. It's Central America.
Anyway, so, triangulation. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tune in to Nathan's location. I'm going to have a wild stab in the dark at this. I don't want to, because East Coast of Australia is pretty big, but I'm getting a Victoria vibe. I wonder if that's correct. If not, I would have just shat myself out of the water. Just forget it. Shut up, Ange. Be quiet. Anyway, no instant response. That was just a guess. That could be wrong.
We'll see what comes up in the comments. But so Willow says that first of all,
hot or not.
Before that, I will get there. Before that, I can't. Nathan, how did you make such an incredible joke? Were you making fun of me for being old? Holy shit! I thought he was relating to me. He might have been making fun of me for being old, and that's even funnier, man.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Dude, that's even funnier. That's you're making fun of my good old days. Holy shit, getting old. I love it. I'm living 356 years, by the way. That's how long I'm living. Oh, come on, Ange. We've talked about this a bunch of times.
I know.
Look, it's the first time I've thrown out on air 4 hours and 10 minutes in. Like, I'm going to have to say that in prime time at some point for it to even be brought up again ever. It's true. There's a story behind it. I'm not going into it now, but that's the case. Hotornot.com.
Yes.
Used to be a.com, and now it's an app apparently. So I remember, let's see, was it junior high? No, and then into early high school. I think early high school, I finally caved. I was like, all right, and I threw it up there. But it's a site where you throw up your you throw up your picture, kind of like Facebook, but just a picture, I think. And it just literally, thousands of people across the internet. And then when you come on the screen, all you do is literally say hot or not. And I think you do
Wow, brutal.
I think it's even worse. I think it's a scale of 1 to 10. So it's not like, oh, was I 49% or like, no. If you were a 2, most people think you were 2 or whatever. But it's cool because people put up funny pictures. Sometimes people do interesting stuff. But yeah, it was very fascinatingly shallow and but interesting. It's interesting data collection. What the collective perceives as beautiful in whatever way. I don't know. And then you're choosing. You're putting your picture up there. It's not like they're stealing pictures off the internet. Especially at that point, there's no Facebook or there's no, people are literally choosing to put a picture up to be judged. So fair enough.
Wow. Fascinating.
Oh, he said Nathan says Queensland.
Queensland. Okay. Other end.
He said Victoria. He said Victoria, Queensland.
Yeah, I know. Down south.
Connection.
Queen, is it Brizzy? Are you in Brizzy?
So Jasmine said, did anyone ever use Party Line? Is that three-way phone calling?
Ooh.
If it is, I did once or twice and it was cool. Like when I was younger, having a three-way call with somebody. And then you could have somebody be quiet on the phone, right? You see in movies, I think, at times, older movies, where somebody's quiet listening on the third line. And as soon as they get off, like, that bitch.
Yeah.
Or some shit. Yeah.
You see, we just did not get that in the UK. I don't think we ever had it, really. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I know is that you had a number and you just used it to phone someone up. But
don't you have the average numbers here are they're 7 digits. Aren't yours like 10?
For cell or landline?
I didn't know they were different. How many are in both each?
Right. So landline without the dialing code would be 6.
Mm-hmm.
In some areas in London, it would be 7 plus 3. Actually,
what's the plus 3?
Plus 4. So, for example, a London number would be 0207 something 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 something. So it would be 11 numbers, I think it would be, for landline. For cell, it's something 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 10 numbers.
So you're telling me when you had to memorize a friend's number, especially a landline, you literally had to memorize 11 numbers?
Yeah.
So that's interesting because my understanding of how the brain works with memorizing numbers in short-term memory, it can retain up to 7, I think, on average, pretty well. And you get over that, and it's just hard. You just lose the first few numbers without having to practice. So it's interesting that they would make it more complicated over there, but that probably made your brains work smarter and harder. So it's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of brain that you have and what formulation you use. Commonly known as number chunking.
Right. Yeah.
So have a pattern of 4, then maybe 3. I know someone who only does it in 2, whereas I would do 4, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
A rhythm. It's quite interesting.
Well, it's funny how you speak at, anytime you speak a cadence of something like when I leave a voicemail, I say, hi, this is Aaron with All Temp Mechanical. You can give me a call back at 206-949-6426. Again, this is Aaron with All Temp Mechanical. Please leave a message at 206-949-6426. Right? It's the same thing every time because I know in that I've learned over time that is the one that I've never, ever, ever had anyone ask, I didn't quite understand what you said, or you said it too fast, or that's why I do it twice, for one. And it's like that. So I just found an efficient code for leaving a message for work-related calls.
Exactly. What numbers do you use for your groups of chunking?
We'll do that in just a sec. So I just moved from Brissy, left the city last month, and I'm now living on a friend's 40-acre property equipped with ceremonial hut, We are about to embark on an intensive Aya journey. Oh, cool, man.
Blessings. When will that be?
Yeah.
Snow.
Yeah, tell us when that is. We can put that into the vortex and awareness and hold space for that for sure.
So I would love to ask loads of questions about that.
Nathan, do you want to come on, man? Come on and chat, bro. Even just audio. Like if you don't, if you're not a place where that's easy to do video or bandwidth or whatever, we can throw you on audio.
Would you do it?
Yeah, if you want to, say so in the chat, and or if we're already friends on Facebook, which I think we are on the Fearless thing, then message me on the phone that I'm using right now in front of me. Yeah, we're friends, bro. Come on, message. There we go. I'm going to send you the StreamYard link. You're going to have it here shortly, and I think this is on delay for him hearing it. So he'll probably get it the moment I say it. That'd be cool. Close to it. Technology. Finally. Cool. Okay, so Nathan may come on at any point, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, and when he comes, please prepare your text in advance. Some witty statement or encouraging thing to say when he comes on.
Yeah, I've got a whole list.
And some encouraging thing to say right now. To say, Nate, come on, get on there. Or
Yeah.
Nathan, I don't know. Are you Nate?
Nathan Weir, formerly of Brisbane.
Nathan Weir, we love you. We send you coherence and unity consciousness and the things that you need to find and achieve what you and the group that you're with need at the deepest levels of self. We hold sacred space for you and the sacred fire and the sacred conversation. That you would be and become and feel and know and embody all that you already are. Oh.
Welcome.
Oh, you guys has got my heart pounding, but yeah, I'll come on. Cool, man. Yay! I gave you the link, bro. Please do. This is cool, man. I know it's super. It can be everything you just described. I'm glad you're open about that and honest, because yeah, it totally feels like that. Even like I'm starting to get in a groove with this show because we're doing it every night. But anytime like you interview me, Angel, or something or whatever, it's like that nervousness is like yeah. But no, it's cool. I think I wonder if part of that nervousness, like as a generality for people, is a fear or preparation of fear, concern there won't be coherence in the conversation, that it won't go well in some way, or that I won't be able to find a flow, or I'll be off, or maybe it'll be awkward, or And
it
so
happens to me too.
Right. So I wonder though, and that's ideally, I guess, another way of saying what we're trying to do here, is that's where people can come on and as quickly as possible we'll find coherence, and it'll be beautiful, and we'll find ways to just relate, like that we can be that, like that,
Finding unity.
Okay, let's see. Party line was like 3. Hold on, let's see. Let's see, message you back because I gave him the link. Okay, also, so Nathan, if you're on your phone, I was having trouble. You want to do it through Chrome, and you want to use the desktop settings, probably. If it doesn't do it right away, if there's a hindrance, then that is the way most likely around it. And I've got my messenger open, so if you message me, I should see it.
Jasmine is saying, party line was like 3-way call-in. You join a group call, and basically people would just talk a lot of shit to each other or ask inappropriate questions. That sounds completely crazy. I haven't lived, clearly.
Yeah, no doubt.
So what?
Speaking of like party lines talking shit and asking inappropriate questions, makes me think like Truth or Dare, spin the bottle.
Yes.
Hold on. Ooh, before Aaron goes on one of those stories, we've got Nathan. All right, we're gonna bring on Nathan. Nathan, hello.
Hello.
I hear you great. Everything sounds great.
Audio good?
Yes.
Sweet. Well, first off, my heart, man, my heart. I've been tuned in since you and Zach went live, right? And just how can one conversation detour through so many journeys of such magnitude? I'm just like, the vibes, man, the vibes. And then Angela coming in with your heart and just melting the ice walls off my heart. I feel like that is what's allowed me to finally, and the throat chakra opening, like this has been my biggest quest at the moment, is opening my throat to be able to express and communicate. So thank you. Like this is insane, man. It's
Okay, look at
insane.
this.
I feel
What you just said. So like that energetic experience, and then manifesting very quickly into me. Oh, are you able to put headphones in at all?
Are you looping back? Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
find.
yeah.
1 sec.
Cool. Just gonna mute. Okay, just mute him for a second. And that's fine. So I know he can still hear us, so that's good. And so the statement I was making was, oh, see, I was tying it in. Okay, so hopefully Nathan can still hear us. So I was tying in. So what he experienced energetically to me in the 3D. Okay, here you go. Oh wait.
How's that? Test,
Okay,
test.
echo. No echo. No echo. Well, almost no echo.
Sweet. Still a
That's
slight
fine.
echo.
We're a little bit. I don't know if it's coming through your headphones, maybe a hair, but I think it's background noise.
Let me
Almost. Yeah, we can tune it up. We got time, man.
Yeah, I haven't had the mic plugged in for a while.
Yeah, great setup, man. Great little, even quick setup. You definitely should
Cheers,
be doing
bro.
stuff with your voice.
Dude, the amount of times I've wanted to go live in Fearless, but something has blocked me. Well, myself has blocked me from being able to just open up this channel that is now open. So it's like,
Oh,
it's awesome.
you should.
It's
You've
awesome.
got a really great tone in your voice.
Oh, thank you, Angela.
It's really
I appreciate it.
smooth. Right, I'm just going to go there with you. It's smooth. It flows. It has complete movement when you speak, and you're confident in there.
It is. I've created this. Almost, I had previous to today, a false awareness of my own confidence in my ability to express. But now, and I think when I meet with individuals such as yourselves, a lot of just energy can be almost overwhelming for my logical mind to be able to translate fluently.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
through the amount of meditations we've done together today, I've slowed myself to a point where I seem to be coherent currently. So that's nice. So anyway,
Beautiful.
yeah, bass. How's that echo? I don't think I fixed it.
Echo. Yeah, it's still there a little bit. Testings.
It'll be the party line interference.
Yeah, you get a bit of that here and there. Well, I think
it's cool. We're working with you to help you get your setup. So after this call, once we get you tuned up here, you'll know exactly what your settings will be when you go on Fearless Live next.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that would be amazing to go on there and talk about your experience. I'd love to hear more.
Totally.
Yeah, that's why I've felt this drawing point of energy that's what's in my mind has been pushing me more and more to try and break into sharing my experiences, because so a quick backlog. About 5 years ago, 2014 it would have been, is when I first embarked and met with ayahuasca and started partaking in these ceremonies and opening that entire realm to my awareness. And then what it embarked after the 5 years to follow was just utter madness, as you guys know. But now I'm coming to, again, the ending of an old cycle. So the mind thing that you brought up, the resonation with that is so insane. Because me finally being able to release myself from the grasp which I felt stuck in the city of Brisbane for I had work to do there, but man, it took its toll on my heart, my being, and who I know I
Yeah,
am.
man. Totally.
But now I'm a month out of that and entering into this new phase and get to be with the medicine again to just clear out whatever things I picked up in Brisbane and just flush that out, have that remembering again, and just get straight back onto what we do best here, which is spread that light, man, that love and light.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So what do you think have been the biggest teachings so far on your medicine journey?
Well, it's hilarious, the synchronicities, because exactly, Aaron, you took the words out of my mouth. DMT, the number one thing, breath is life. Breath is the greatest gift. It has the most warm, loving embrace. It is that just true essence. And when you truly can, the more you can appreciate breath in every moment, or as many moments in each day as you can, the more fulfilled, literally, both literally,
no doubt,
physically, spiritually, you are fulfilling yourself. You're filling, and it's beautiful, man. That so breath. And Angela, I again thank you. And Aaron bringing this into it is that stillness, because that's where, again, going back to finally finding my own coherence, there's a stillness, but it's an active channel of stillness that I'm able to now interpret and share with others. Oh man,
beautiful.
My heart.
That sounds like a stillness internal reference point in you that you refer to as you move through your experience, interacting with different people, but always coming back home.
Home is where the heart is, 100%.
Yeah.
And I want to say you expressed yourself beautifully. Like, I mean, you couldn't ask for a more, I guess, so this is just to me a fruit of the space we're trying to create here, and even by saying it often and cultivating it by speaking about it, this being an example, I think, of like, just that was a beautiful heart expression, all of that, and how you connected, and like, you've been here for like 4 hours. This whole thing is a new paradigm to me. Like what the fuck is happening right now? For 4.5 hours.
Some random dude in Australia, man. Across the other side of the world, is just like resonating with y'all.
Right, man. And just what a beautiful, just expressing your uniqueness and your journey and the words you use, and even talking about being able to find a way to now articulate or find a mirror or a connection with someone else with experiences you've also had. I mean, I think that's the beautiful part of bringing people together.
Which is what the hardest part about being in Brisbane was it was just that the only way I can describe it is almost saturated with electricity, but not I'm not talking life force energy. I'm talking manufactured electricity that would blanket and I would literally have experiences where a geometric grid of sorts, almost dome-like over suburban areas, would have its own rule and laws and requirements of the essence that it would require you to generate.
Totally.
And the train of thought completely gone. Yeah, just breaking out of that place, man, is it's done once already.
No, Daddy, no count.
Actually, man, what you've tuned into is like local bubbles of reality.
Yeah, 100%. And there's such a level where you can feel. Community should be a beautiful word, but it's a community of a frequency that can either be, I suppose, positive or negative, working depending on the influence at hand. But it was just a very oppressive, sort of stagnant vortex, that
So,
sort of thing. But
so it's my understanding. I mean, those are the so especially the way you described it makes sense to me that the electric grids created by the system with their own frequencies, and as far as I know, Australia is like the worst. Somebody speak back.
Really?
Actually, England
Yeah.
is the worst.
Yeah,
Hold on,
well,
see,
it's
let's try-
interesting
go ahead.
parallel. My good friend that owns the property that I'm staying on is actually an Englishman. So yeah, there's all this ties through, and his partner American. So I've already got these two ties, and now this alternate reality of
Yeah.
interwebs is paralleling itself. So it's,
Yeah.
go ahead, man.
Yeah. No, right on. Let's see. Just still try to figure out the mic issue thing. Okay, Angela, stay right there. Keep talking.
Damn.
Okay, it's definitely coming through. Unless it's coming through mine. Am I echoing on myself? No. Okay. Hold on. For sure, it's Nathan. So is it on your playing on your phone or something,
Let me.
or like from any other source or a tab in the background or something?
Let's have a look. No, so I've closed out of the YouTube stream.
Okay, so they shouldn't hear an echo.
Is that better?
That's
Switch mic.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Can I hear an echo
That's
now?
sw-
Can I hear an echo now? I don't hear an echo now. But your mic's not as
Okay,
good,
so-
but like it'll work.
Yeah, so I switched to my laptop mic. So if I move a little
Okay, well,
closer.
yeah. Come on closer, bro. We're already cutting to like three little pieces.
Yeah, we'll get cozy in here.
I've had to do it the last few nights. I've noticed on camera. I'm like, well, I'll just get. I noticed like, especially when we're small, it makes sense to film more of the screen, but also like wanting my hands in the screen because I use my hands a lot. I don't know. It's a weird balance, but yeah, it's nice to your face.
Thanks, man. It's nice to finally connect, face to face with such beautiful beings that, God, for as dark as the internet can be, has such a polarity of light that we are now able to enjoy and share. And funny, going back to your AOL stories, I wasn't taking the piss. Because I remember it clear as day, man. It wasn't AOL for me, it was MSN Messenger. But you just find these chat rooms and you could play your anthem of music. So you'd like that was your almost taste tester. It would be vibing out on the music preferences. Good days, man. Good days.
Cool. Right on. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, what was the screen name of your first in love chat room girlfriend?
I can't even think, man. It's the last frequency on my mind.
It's so funny. You took so much time to tune into it. I'm like, holy shit, what's he gonna get out?
yeah. I'm like scrolling.
Yeah. It's like I got you like there. It's just like it's no longer indexed. I've moved to like hardcore out of my morphogenic field. Like
I was like, I needed that space for something a bit more important.
Yeah. Cool, man. So the ayahuasca experience, where's that at? Or what's the is it a group thing or individual thing?
It's literally me and a good friend of mine that both have been called back on deep levels. It's like so to answer the question, no, it's not a group setting. It's 2 individuals, but there are others in town. So now I'm in a small coastal town of about 3,000 people. So super rurally, but coastal, beachy type area. So everyone's on that sort of frequency of like relaxed, here to play.
Yeah.
Just
out on the coast.
Love their life. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just take their time with this journey. And so there's a few others in town that once we've established re-energizing this block of land, because we need to spend some time with it, just getting these vortexes and channels alive again, then we'll start to incorporate bringing others around and sharing the space and the experience with them pretty much.
Beautiful.
Wow. So can I ask what your plans are for
But after
the conservation of this land?
So we've got our renewable veggie gardens, fruit trees, everything like that already in the works. Has been for years, type of thing. Like that's all pre-established, so it's more a case of maintenance. But as for the energy work, more so just tapping into the spaces, kind of getting a bit of feng shui with the environment and setting up an intentional space. Even down to the details of pruning back areas of what would originally be a wild environment and just opening it up a little bit, giving it some shape and a bit of your own flair inspired by that geographical location type of thing.
Speaking of geographical location, Willow said 3 continents are live right now, which is true.
3 continents unite.
A lot of threes. The fire's tetrahedron. Got tetrahedron here. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Can I ask, is it ex-Aboriginal land? I know obviously it is.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's
any work been done around that?
No.
Right. That's your first port of call. Before that ceremony, it's your first port of call. Appease ancestors of land.
So as many adventures as I've been on, I am still very newly versed to this world. So any pointers you could share with me on how I can do that would be much appreciated.
Great. Aaron, do you want to go first?
Yeah. So, and Nathan, I'm just muting your mic if I feel like rants are theirs, just because it's still echoing on either end. But we'll just go this way. I think this will work. So it'll be great. So it's my understanding with the Aboriginal tribes, smudging yourself, saging yourself is very, very, very important to do before presenting yourself to them energetically, or literally before stepping on land that you know is theirs. Now, if you've already done that, then I mean, there's ways probably to reconcile with that. I don't know if there's synchronicity. I imagine would bring you a connection with someone in the land you need to talk with, or ask maybe who, whatever synchronicity will bring in. But things you can do just in your own intention, your own meditation, just setting your heart to honor the land and to connect with the land, and to, like, when I come into, when I fly into places, I mean, I don't drive too much out of my area, and I'm pretty familiar with all the land and the things going on here. But when I fly into places, my intention always is to greet, like, the elders of the land, the actual ancestors. And then if there's other principalities and other constructs and things there, it's to the point of, I know who I am. I can go anywhere. I'm sovereign, right? That's fine. But, like, princes could be snobby little princes who they're just, they're not respecting the land of the people that they're on, that they're serving as royalty. So there's a code of conduct, in a sense, to actually honor and greet the elders and the ancestors. And when I noticed when I went to Alaska, it was really beautiful, because when we were flying in, or when we were about to land, was when I thought to do it, and I started to tune in to connect with them. Just what before the thoughts came to my mind. Okay, so the intention was present. The intention generated feelings that felt incredible honor and gratitude to be there, bring my grandma back to her homeland, to be with her, really, to hang out, make sure she has a good time, man. She gets around just fine on her own. She's just wonderful. Like, we had a great time, and I got to go and accompany her all through the places where she grew up and all these things. And so I had all that inside of me, and just greeting the elders, and immediately I saw them before I could even, like, in my thoughts, say the words. They said, "No, we honor you," and bowed down. Right. And so a lot of it, that's just that's one moment. That could negate having to do ceremonies and prayers and ancestral soups and offerings to the lands. But at the same time, all those things are additional ways to lavish them with gifts. In a sense, you're taking 3D energy to take time to do that shit, man. That's why I do a lot of the stupid shit I do, because it matters. Just because I'm taking time to think out the creative expression, to do something to express my joy or gratitude that they're present, they exist in my reality. You know?
It's that ripple effect, man. Taking those moments of just even being in childlike joy, which you do so admirably, and gold. It's golden, man, because it taps right into my child at the heart. Like, so
Cool.
it's 100%.
You know what? It's funny. I think I've said this before, but it's a lot of shit. We already got. I don't know. What do we have? 7 times 420. We have like 35 hours of streaming now online.
Damn.
Ridiculous, insane. But oh shit. What were you saying before that?
It's about land offerings.
No, it's something more recent. And there was the childlike joy thing.
Oops.
And then it made me think of something. I forgot. That's all right. 3 continents right now. That's cool.
That's trippy.
Let's see. Jasmine says, last time I saged my house, my smoke alarms went off. All of them. My doors slammed shut. Now I diffuse it through essential oils. LOL.
Yeah. I mean,
been there.
you know, something, an offering of some sort, a physical offering. Maybe visiting the corners of the property, laying prayers, intentions, crystals in the corners. One thing that I know that ancestors love, when, you know, any ancestors, when you read them, the Union and Communion Consciousness Strike by Andrew Bartzis, that is so effective. Just even having that flow with the energies of the land and the ancestors, they love it. They really do. But I'm sure the Aboriginal tribes have got those things under a certain degree of control. But it's how you are on that land. You know, it's the cultivation of the relationship with that earth that will bring you the best sacred benefits on your journeys. And as you deepen those prayer offering processes to that specific piece of land, and the more ceremonies that you do on there and have those experiences, it's going to make it a stronger and more sacred experience for you. I really do feel that.
Absolutely. And there's so much that has just, today has been a whirlwind of alignment through this whole cylindrical tube of just everything solidifying into place on so many different levels. So, and especially bringing this awareness, because there's been something that I haven't been aware of, but have felt its presence of. And I believe strongly after the last 20 minutes of conversation that is just that giving back and recognition, and now forming that bond and relationship with the land and the Aboriginal spirits that
totally
are here now with me, and to just give respect to that. So thank you for the reminder.
Oh, it's a beautiful
love and blessings to the ancestors.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, because it's a really special country there, really special. It is the original Dreamtime Nation.
Mm-hmm.
I feel that deeply.
To me, what I'm looking forward to, especially with their belief system or the way they articulate it, because the whole dream time and the walking dream, the living dream, totally resonates. You know, like I really feel like I've talked about this before, on the first time I did Lucy, and well, every time I've done it actually since, when things got all melty, that's when everything made sense. I was in tears. I was so happy, right? Because it's like, this is how things make sense. And it's finally in a way that's deeply affecting my visual perception for hours. Like the last thing I was scared. It was like awesome. It's like getting to go play in your childhood in a sense, like in a different way, or play in it, or not play, but it was something that was more real, less real. It was far more valuable time in a sense, or so I saw the value of obviously coming out of that experience, merging, because you don't want to live on one hand if that's the realm we're moving into. It's like, to me, I found a frequency that I do feel is merging. So it's not about living in that realm. One, I've had the frequency in my body, so I have experiences where I've tuned into it and felt that overlay for periods of time when I've tuned into it. But it's about, I think, finding coherence between this 3D body and those realms. So pulling them in. A lot of the DMT experiences I've had too is intentionally pulling them in, wanting to pull those frequencies in. Like Frank Frank Castle, fuck, you know, man, you're in the group. So just fuck, man, right on. So you probably heard on there, and Angela was there. Fuck yeah, what a great time to bring up the story. All right, so when we were, so okay, I guess what's the word? Not engorge, because that's the flight or whatever, to indulge on the story a little bit more. Allow myself to indulge, to tell a more detailed story. That's what I'm trying to say, based on the time and the audience and the context. All right, now that I've justified myself, I need some water very badly. Sorry, all that build up. I need some water. I will be back in a minute. You guys chat.
Oh, I'm fascinated.
Always with the water, man.
Yeah. What are the ingredients for this particular tea?
So this one is Acacia acuminata, which will be a completely new experience, as I've only worked with Acacia confusa in the past, with the Syrian rue seed, which both in the past and will be with the present.
Wow. I find it very, obviously, because of certain environment, plant availability, legislations, and so on. It's just fascinating to me to hear what people are using. I hear of some people with mimosa trees in their garden, all kinds of wonderful things. You got mimosa? You must have.
The vine of mimosa. Yeah, I know of properties with a nice abundance.
Right. Wow.
But so apparently the Acacia acuminata is a indigenous strain of the Acacia family to Australia. So there's been lots of different reports or experiences that there's just it's taking that the spirit of the land, and truly being with the correct location type of thing, and paying homage almost. So I'm truly looking forward. There's so much excitement that's been stirring for years, basically, brewing and brewing and brewing to embark on this next chapter.
And when is it going to start?
Well, I believe this Friday night is the first time we were planning on drinking. but so I'll definitely be spending some time over Thursday and Friday, just being with the land and communicating, talking with, paying homage, paying that respect.
Do you know what you're going to heal? Do you have an idea or a list?
Well, geez, digging deep into the past.
Oh, I'm
there is
sorry.
no, it's good. It's good. It's all is. There's, I guess, what you'd call the root of my healing would be in a way, sexual trauma, which is a very simple way to explain a very complicated life path that's been woven into my existence as Nathan Weir, this vessel on Earth. It's been heavily knotted through that, and which Golden Teachers actually brought to my attention not too long after ayahuasca came into my life, and the Golden Teachers kind of blew my reality apart and just said, "You will begin again. You are now a new clean slate. Let's clear out that, and let's upload this. Here you go. Here's your cosmic." And I've struggled, and I think I do have, or through some of my experiences, there may be PTSD that I feel like I can maneuver through, but I feel like there's also a level of subconscious, unaware mechanisms of PTSD that are still at play, that haven't been fully brought to my attention, that need healing, that need releasing. Especially between my adult self and my inner child, there's still there's still more work I wish to do in healing that bridge that I burnt myself almost, and just regaining that trust in myself and that love.
What a beautiful way to meet a 6'6" child around a digital fire.
100%, man.
Yeah. Like, right on, because Zach's talked about that too. It feels like that's one of the things he's wanted to connect to. Recently, had a recent experience. He knew he was disconnected from his inner child, and he began crying just as he was typing it out. And you know, that he was talking about this. It happened like the day before he wrote on his Instagram post before we started the show or something. And it was realizing for him, it was teaching him he needed to connect to this part of his inner child that he had left behind, the part that didn't know how to have fun. And so just pointing out to the same thing to him, man. And he said that too. It's like, welcome. And it's like, and just, you don't know, Aaron is a 6'6" child. And, yeah, it's true.
It's key to being able to enjoy the progression of your own life. 555 on the clock, of course.
Here's the thing. Yeah, no doubt. You were the ones pinning that all night, man. Right on. Dude, that joy, honestly, I mean, now thinking about it, now that pointing it out or whatever, I mean, that's what got me through my marriage, right? My 10-year marriage that was not pleasant. And the more I expanded in my awareness and outside of things in the church, no matter how much I honored and respected her perception of it and belief in it, and still do, and use her language, because I've said this, I don't know, maybe not earlier on the show, but like, you know, she was pointing out something in her life when we were chatting, so we're better friends now than we ever were when we were married, that she was having these things happen that were synchronicities, and I said, sounds like that the Lord is looking out for you. And she's like, yeah, that's what he told me about them. Okay, great. I know that's how she communicates. You know, that's where she's at. That's her understanding of it. That's what she needs at this point in her life and walk and journey. You know, so, but that's different when we're living together, because my energy is always present, and it is no longer the safe belief system that she knew Aaron knew person anymore, which made her feel even more unsafe, which made her more unable to deal with some of the deeper traumas. It wasn't until I left, this masculine frequency left the home, and I had an understanding of that actually several years in the marriage. I had that idea start because it took 4 or 5 years to really see how that could happen, where this idea came in, as I'm just spinning these rabbit trails here. This idea came in early on in the marriage, like 3 years in. It was still really bad, 3 or 4 years in. And I had this thought come to me one day. What if the only way that she can heal is if you divorced her, is if you left her? Right? It was very peaceful. It was very pure. It was my soul for sure. Like, it just gave me this thought to think about. But I remember in the moment, I pondered it for a moment, right? But I couldn't, I ran through all my algorithms at the time. It couldn't quite make sense of it. And then my next kind of thought where I kind of threw it out was like, get behind me, Satan. That's not me. Right? And so, anyway, I'll show what was I saying. Algorithm thought, okay, what if you leave her? Okay, so when I did though, within 6 weeks, even though it was incredibly traumatic, then I left, and for her the next few weeks, and it was just very trepidatious but within 6 weeks after Christmas, she came to Christmas, was because I wanted her to be present with our family and it to be all okay before, for the holidays and everything. And afterwards, we sat out in her car and talked, and she began to apologize to me for some things. Like she told me, one thing she told me, she was understood why I left, and she was crying, and she started to see a trauma counselor and started to see some of her issues now that I actually left, now that the dominant male presence, or a male presence, literally sleeping in the same bed with her, even though we literally didn't cuddle or anything for the majority of our marriage, let alone have sex, right? It's my presence, no matter how kind and gentle. And obviously I must have been, right? Because I wasn't having an affair, I wasn't cheating, I wasn't even masturbating like pornography, man. I loved my wife, really, and I enjoyed her, man. And so that's where I learned this. Holy shit, that all ties it back to, holy good job, Aaron. Jesus. That I tapping into my inner child. That's how I was able to do that and enjoy her when I could find those places with her to be like a child with her, and where I was kidding her back at night and where she would let me be soft with her. I honor, I enjoyed those places. I love when we had Saturdays together all day. It was like a one day that I almost knew was going to be beautiful and perfect. The whole day Saturday, from getting up and, but I knew most days wouldn't be probably unpleasant. And that was all your own fucking unique experiences, which brings me to a really fucking cool story. As I just fucking monologue here, we have 5 viewers still. What is happening? All right. So, this one night, this cool Fearless ties into a fucking Fearless story. So it was during the Egypt meditations for Chris and Shree, and we were doing those things, and I was a part of the group, but I wasn't active in the comments, and I just hadn't ever posted anything in there. I went through all Frank's shows, and I was I was doing the meditations on my own. And this one night, after some bout with my wife where she must have got violent or something, because I was slept on the couch, and I only do that now when I choose to. Otherwise, it's my bed, man. I didn't do anything. I'm staying here. But then it starts to get violent. Fuck, fine. I'm out. Anyway, so I remember getting up off the. It's fuck. All right. We're gonna try here. So I remember getting off of the up out of bed, and or sitting up in the middle of the night, and in this dream or in this memory, I was with these people, group of people in the Fearless in Egypt, doing this thing we were doing. It was almost like D&D or an RPG or something, right? It's some actual there's a whole reality going on, pretty crazy shit. But then I really had to pee, so I remember my spirit saying, hold on, guys, my avatar has to pee. I remember that as I'm sitting up, those words are resonating in my being as I'm sitting up to stand up to go pee. And I just start laughing out loud, holy shit, man. Like that was real. I have no doubt in my mind that was real from then till now. But like, that's some crazy shit, man, to think about. I think that's pretty
Dude.
fucking funny.
That Egyptian journey and the pyramids and meditating and those meditations we partook together when Chris and Cherie were over in Egypt. Holy
Yeah.
fuck! Like the activations are dum dum dum, just these pillars of light blasting out of the earth and all over the globe,
Yeah.
and yeah, to touch on a point you said earlier, it's some of the most beautiful moments shared with another being is when you can surrender to each other's vulnerabilities but be held by each other in a
Yeah.
blanket of safety and share just deep intimacies without and that's when you can tap into that giggle that the child has, that childlike joy, and like, I'm sharing this with you and I'm scared, but it's okay because we're together type of thing. And it's it's beautiful, man, when you can create, facilitate, or indulge in those spaces.
Totally. No, beautiful. I love the way you said it. Yeah, when you're full, when your soul can find rest in another. You know? And even
man.
just in these conversations, you know. But like, and that's, I mean, now that I have this as a context, this whole thing's been pretty interdimensional, the whole dynamics, you know. To me, it has been for sure. Like, who does this? How is this a thing? It just literally became a thing. You know, this came to be, realizing that it's timelines that, like, I predicted in a sense. I mean, well, not quite literally, but they're loose frameworks. And as choice points in 3D time come, me and Zach started to talk. These ones started to get a little more anchored. And then as we actually like, okay, let's do it tomorrow, we do it. And then the first show, and it's like all these timelines. So now it's really narrowed down in a good way. Like we have a focus, and there's still like infinitely expansive boundaries on it in a sense, but there's a focus of direction of that infinite awareness so that it anchors in and continues to find, as we're even doing these coherence meditations and things together. And it's cool. I mean, we're just finding coherence and it's just unfolding. So that's what I feel. Yeah, it's like unfolding. So it's all these fractal things, or fractal that are now unfolding from within my own, like from within my own heart. Well, that's cool. Unpacking data codes from inside the heart. Wow, no shit. And then blooming out in different fractal patterns that affect our different cells and the structures in our DNA. You know what's interesting? Actually, go ahead. Does anybody else have anything to say at this point?
Go for gold, man.
So Ange, actually, this will be interesting too, and also you, Nathan. It'll be interesting to see what you think. Oh, there we go. Names on the screen. About this experience. So it was when I'd first moved in here. It was one of the very first nights I remember, or days, whatever. Anyway, I laid down to meditate. I think just really tune in. And I saw being inside of this giant, almost like galactic-sized, kind of like what's the movie? It's the parody movie. It's where the number 42 means, you know, the answer to life, something and everything.
Survivor's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's what
Hitchhiker's Guide. It's Survivor's Guide. Same thing.
Yeah, no, hey, you found the frequency, man. We filled it out. It's all good.
Yeah.
So so in that where oh shit, I lost track of that. What was the same right before that?
Heart code.
What's that?
Decoding packages from the heart.
Oh yeah. Shit, let me try to tune back into that, because that was one hell of a wave. Jesus, hold on. Fractal packages, unpackaging in the heart through our cell. Okay, and then the experience I had here, that's what it was. So I laid down, began to meditate, and then I saw this. Galactus said Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Boom, there it is. I think that's the one. Hopefully it's not even the right movie, but don't they take them to a point in that movie where they're showing them where they build planets and shit? Like manufacturing planets, and they're going with this cool like construction yard, but kind of roller coaster ride through this massive, or like the big shipyards in Star Trek, but they're building planets and putting them together. I'm almost positive it is. I don't know. You're not remembering it, but I swear it's that movie. And it's that.
I can't recall.
All right. So it's really cool because it gives it a gravitas to kind of what I'm trying to express here. Because that was those really cool visuals in the movie. Like, shit, man, that's like really cool to think about on that level. You know, you see it, the way they're building the planets, and obviously a crude way in a sense, but it's paradigm expanding your understanding, right? Damn.
Gives a point of reference to draw upon as well, to be able to have that visual. You there? I think I lost you.
Yeah. We're hanging on in there for the visual reference point. Maybe his signal dropped out.
I bet you can still hear.
Yeah.
Hello?
He'll be back. Maybe something.
That's just
Yeah, I think unless his battery died.
It popped him out earlier too, didn't it?
It did. Oh, I didn't really
Something
notice
about
it earlier.
Yeah, it was just for that second crossover.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Angela, as I enter into my evening, it's now 6 o'clock here. You're now waking up with the world and starting your day.
I know. I'm absolutely exhausted.
Yeah.
No, I'm not really. I've just got the waves of energy are really high at these last couple of days, and I've just found it impossible to sleep. So I'm just kind of just working with it, and at some point I'll go down. I'm not sure when that will be, but at some point I will. I don't know, what are the energies like where you are? I know that they're going to be clean and strong anyway.
Yeah, quite well. They're balanced, but today has been very solemn. A slow, rainy, dreary kind of. Okay, no need to hasten anything today. Just kind of be with yourself. And it's interesting because I remember tapping into the Arcturian meditation from previous days, and having done previous work with them, is that knowing that the biggest way to be able to allow that information and data packets to open in your vessel is to give yourself that time and that rest and that slowing internally and physically, and just allowing it to just be and sit with it. Sit with yourself and just feel, just allow. Take a moment for yourself, take a breath. So that's been, actually, now that I think about it, the last 2 days has been a much slower time of reflection, I think.
Yeah.
But sleeping well. Thankfully, sleeping well.
Are you a sound healer?
So I've played guitar since I was, would have picked one up early days of primary school. So what's that? Oh, actually year 5 is 6. Year 6. So that's 10 years old, 11 years old. Yeah, that sort of age. Because my sister had one laying around, and then all of a sudden I'd pick it up and just, if I could hear a song and then I could just play it, or I would sit there and deconstruct the sounds and interpret it, intuit it onto the guitar, and then just fell in love with the patterns of the instrument. So yeah, I've played guitar for years on end, but I've really been called to hone in on the didgeridoo, but it comes in these sporadic waves, and as soon as you just said sound healing, I'm like, slap myself a little bit. Get back to work, Nathan. You have tools and instruments to hone.
Exactly.
So,
but also your heart as well. You've got an amazing sound that comes out of your heart frequency.
oh, thank you.
Honestly, it's a really full and perfect sound flow that comes out. Do use your voice.
Well, that's what I've been coming into the knowing of over the past few years more and more, is my ability to construct and, on the opposite side, deconstruct if the case calls for, with just vocalization and using and incorporating the correct tonalities, the correct projection, which has been a process, and I'm still walking that process to fine tune and find that voice and harness that voice in the most constructive, positive way that I can bring that across. So yeah, I've definitely been working consciously to develop tonalities that have that healing vibration. And I find myself when I'm with the brew, I'll just start singing different. I wouldn't call them Icaros, but in a sense, it's a similar idea to get a picture. Just singing to her.
That's so beautiful. I just get it.
I know. Some moments with you two, even before I came on, I was just getting just these waves of energy blasting down my spine. I'm like, these two. Today it's like
Wow.
Bringing out the best. I love it.
It's interesting too. Okay, so also from this point on, I'm gonna go audio only, because you guys are literally a 1 inch by 1.5 inch screen on my cell phone right now. Because I hit my Wi-Fi hotspot on my phone limit, and it cut me back to 600 kilobytes a second. So I'm gonna have to fix that tomorrow. But anyway, yeah. So we'll just do audio, and then I can just chat. But so what? Hold on. What was I saying right before that?
You were talking about, there was a visual reference point for your story of the Codes to the Heart. It was Codes to the Heart. Then after that.
Oh no! Just like right now, before I lost I lost the Codes to the Heart flow.
Okay. Oh God, I thought we were coming back straight into it.
I don't think so. that was heavy. That's gonna take some time to unpack. I had it in the moment, but then when I lost it all went to cellular memory. So I don't know. I'll figure it out later.
Okay, it's there.
It's there. Yeah, no, it's there. It's not on this show, but it's there.
It's another show.
Yeah. Nathan, I just want to say I love you, man. I love the fact this is happening in real life right now. I think this is a pretty fucking cool thing that we're bringing into the earth. I just think it's all fucking awesome. I think it's great.
It is.
Amen to that, brother.
Amen to that, brother. You know what's lucky about you two? You guys have accents, right? Like really, you have accents.
Really?
Okay, do you feel that way? Do you guys say that when like Americans come, an American accent? So you think?
Yes.
Really?
I'm confused.
100%.
A British be like, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. I did not know this thing I was about to be jealous over. It might be reciprocated. Does that mean then when Americans come into your countries, girls or the guys are immediately more attracted to them?
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly how it works. It's that foreign flair. Because personally, like some, I don't even know. I guess now actually stopping and feeling into it, there's different. Each culture almost has a different flair, and it's almost the flavors of the smorgasbord that different individuals will be more enticed to the spice end of the table, others to the desserts type of thing.
And also the flair you said, it just immediately made me think of epigenetic expression. It's novelty. It's something that's so foreign to your first 6 months of your life in your brain that was developing that language. And it's turning something on your DNA that's fascinating. It's intriguing. It's lovely. Except for German, man. I saw these really hot German chicks when I worked at Red Robin, right? When I served there, there were these beautiful girls, and I came up to serve them, and they just started talking. I think normally, I don't think they were intentionally angry or aggressive, but it was just like, but it was just I'm like, holy shit, nope, not attractive. That is not French. That is not attractive. That's not British. That's not Australian. No, I don't like that. And I'm German, man. I got a lot of German in me too. I was like, whoa, that's definitely because of my upbringing. I just wasn't around it.
No, I get
very
you.
guttural.
You know, it's the guttural Germanic languages. You know, in English or German guttural languages, you say what needs to be said. It's very technical, short. But as soon as you spiral out to the romantic languages, everything's good.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting the way that I think society was engineered too. That and just the way it came up with that more aggressive tone. I mean, do you think? No, because sound comes first. I was gonna say so. If we think it's aggressive because we associate it with Germans, and they get the brunt of for the majority of mainstream narrative, like it's Hitler and the Germans were the worst, right? Pretty much, and without knowing like Stalin, like all the other ones that killed many more in much more brutal ways in different times. Kind of they got they take the they're the epitome of all of it, right? in most people's eyes.
Basically.
Right. And so then their language is also aggressive in some ways. It feels to me, just like now I get that I didn't grow up around it. If I did, it wouldn't feel aggressive, but I might just be more attuned to the aggressivity of the language because it would carry in that aggression just through cultural exchange and create the energetic fields of more of an aggressive energetic field just in their language exchange. Why do you think we speak English and we speak the spells out of our mouths with the words, their anagrams, their swords? Because Seven pointed that shit out fucking years ago, yo.
I'm lacking out.
It's true. It's very true. But when we used to do the meditations and the live articulations we did in the storytelling and stuff, I mean, that is the same thing. That's incantation, that's spell, that's resonance. But what is it? What's the intention coming on those words and those frequencies in those moments? It's for the greatest good or for the healing or for the right energy and the coherence of those involved so that we can all come to greater coherence within ourselves. Why? So that we can expand back out and be in even greater coherence with our environment and the people around us. And then we keep feeding that feedback loop and getting out the resistance or the things, the darkness, if you will, or, you know, all sorts of different dynamics, but so we can actually have that presence and coherence, I think.
Back to presence and coherence and stillness again.
Yeah, they're my favorite. That's it. And that's womb space. That's where everything's absolutely perfect. But it's not like a moment like, oh, it's bliss. Oh God, I don't want to leave bliss. It's like, this stillness, it's so deep, it's so deeply present, you know you can find it at any moment. So it's not that far away, you know? And then when you learn to find it at any moment, if you so wish, it's beautiful. It's a portal, it's a doorway to self. I mean, I received that through my baptism in the Holy Spirit within the church. It was my own Kundalini awakening and arising. And the way I described it to people is that life was like a roller coaster before that point. I mean, I was when I told my life story or my testimony places, that was it's interesting. Sorry, I got distracted from the dream catcher blowing up in the wind of my fan up there. It's interesting. I totally lost my train of thought. That's my point. But the dream time.
The Kundalini awakening you experienced through your baptism of.
Yeah, and that was I don't remember what I was connecting it into, but that dynamic though, roller coaster, that's what it was. So after that point though, it was like even though I had lows, in Dark Nights of the Souls and the things, it was never the same. It was never as low as before that point. I mean, it was that point when I really reconnected to myself in a way I fully didn't understand at all, but it happened, you know, and it took the whole roller coasters, even Tears for Darkness, up a few notches. And it's been interesting. There's been different depths of darkness in Dark Nights of the Soul, but they're totally different. It's not about, you know, like being at the place of like, I'm just not sure if I want to commit suicide or keep living yet. I'm not sure I even believe enough that my soul is integrated into me that I want to be here anymore. And like, you're really struggling with that decision. That's very, I was gonna say valuable, and it is valuable. It's very important to note that those are important things to think about and feel through and to engage more your soul. And that's why we're having these conversations, to help ourselves do that, and hopefully those who find some form of harmonic resonance.
100%.
Exactly.
And I had other things, but I kind of lost it. Maybe we'll just end there. Do you have comments or your own thoughts? Please share.
Yeah. All of what you said, basically. I'm actually beginning to fade.
I know. Okay, good. I'm like, it's not only me.
Yeah.
Like, I'll keep it up if they can keep it up.
5 hours.
What,
22
5.5 hours is too long for you guys? What's going on?
Yeah.
Lightweight.
Jeez,
No,
man.
just much love, appreciation, and gratitude for Aaron, Angela, and Zach for creating this space, for just bringing a totally new level of awareness like I haven't encountered before. And it is that, again, smorgasbord of who you're vibrating with, and for whatever reason, it's just completely clicked. It's all clicked on. So
Yeah,
namaste. Thank you.
yes, sir. Namaste, wholeness, balance, vibrations, bro.
Wholeness.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been great to talk to you. Thank you, Aaron, for having me on. Thank you, Zach. I hope you're okay wherever you are. And
Peace with Gaia.
I pray that expanded understanding increases exponentially in every single being on the planet, so that we all can just get on with peace and make it
No
easy.
doubt.
That's all.
Yeah. Ho.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh,
I love it.
Cool. All right, guys. You have a good night. I love you guys very, very much. And
I'm
we
just
will
plugging Concordia Constellaris on
do
Facebook
it.
and Source
Do it.
Frequency Healing for my private one-to-one sessions, which are literally like a healing bull in a closet.
It's true.
But nicer.
It's very impressive. Nathan, do you have anything to promo? Do it.
I'll leave you with this, Angela. It's funny because I had a session, anyway, channeled through that. Yes, I have Pleiadian, Arcturian, and this is all just flying to me at the very end here, right? I have this Arcturian Pleiadian counterpart connection, hybridized connection, that they are adept in the modality of sound healing and through synthesizer. And so I want to say, watch this space, because I will have music coming, but nothing currently. I'm in the Fearless group, so if you feel like chatting, I'm on Facebook. You'll catch me here. I'm loving these. Just much love, guys.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's amazing.
Wonderful.
Noted.
And-
Noted.
Something just triggered. It's like, oh, light bulb moment.
Oh, and also know, and a slight technical dynamic, and the flow just kept going, so I just kept letting it go and didn't bring it up. But the echo, I think, was kind of the same the whole time. So your regular mic, even when you had your regular mic, so your regular mic, next time you do it or whatever, I don't know if there's something running in the background or whatever, but or something.
I'll play around with some settings and.
Yeah, but your mic sounded great. The echoes, just so you know, the mic was the echoes there regardless of your mic. So your mic in sounded great, and yeah.
Sweet.
And then so signing off, and also for ISN, which is Zach's company and Zach's I guess call it company. I got to find out the terminology he uses. I don't know him well enough yet. Like, what do you call it, man? What do you call your thing you do? But he does very similar things, I think, to Angela in his own ways. And like he said, he's been doing tarot cards and stuff his whole life is one aspect of it, but there's a lot more that he does. And I will be getting a website up going and doing similar service as well. So there's all different personality types doing very similar things, and you find your own resonance, you find your own uniqueness, and it's beautiful, man. Let's just change the world together.
One day at a time.
One day at a time. All right, lady, have a good day. Gentlemen, have a good. Are you day or night? Where
I'm going into the 6:30 p.m. Heading into the night.
So it's tomorrow. Later. It's later
It's
where you are. That's right.
Yeah, how weird is that, right?
Oh yeah,
every time.
I'm about to go. Well, it's technically the same day I think we're on right now, but I'm about to go to sleep into the day that you guys are awake in right now. Yeah, isn't that interesting shit? And yeah, it's 1:27. Dude, I am out. All right, man. We love you guys. Have a good day, Angela. Have a good Nathan.
Love you guys.
Love you too.
Enjoy wherever you're going.